Good evening. Welcome to our January 19, 2021 City Council meeting. It is 7 o'clock p.m. Meeting is now in session. Tonight's invocation will be led by Pastor Kelly Dupay from Faith Community Church, and I will be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise.
Pastor, go ahead. Go ahead, Pastor. Pastor, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege of living and working in the city of West Covina. And we pray tonight that you would bless the city council meeting. Father, we lift up our city, we lift up our state and our nation during these challenging times. And we thank you, Lord, that you are with us. God, we pray that this pandemic would end. Lord, we pray that you would bless the rollout of the vaccines and keep everyone safe. Thank you, God, for the work that the City Council is going to be doing tonight on behalf of all of our citizens in our community. Lord, we pray you would give them wisdom and bless them abundantly. Father, as well, we lift up our police and fire department tonight. Pray, God, that you would keep them safe, Lord, as they serve us and serve you, Lord, by being on the front lines in our community. So thank you, God, for your goodness. Thank you, Lord, for your blessing. Thank you, God, for what you're going to do in tonight's meeting. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Have a seat. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening. Councilmember Tabatabai?
Present.
Councilman Wu?
Yep.
Councilwoman Diaz? Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Here.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Present. City Attorney, is there anything to be reported out?
Yes, Madam Mayor. With regard to item number 1, on a vote of 5-0, City Council directed staff to dismiss its complaint against the defendant, and in return, the defendant agreed to pay the city $105,000, and each side will bear their own costs. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Going to presentations, I actually would like to move Chief Bell's end of the year report at the end under the department matter. Is there any objection to that? Okay, so that would go towards the end for Chief Bell. We'll start our first presentation, video by California Department of Food and Agriculture Citrus Pest and Disease Prevention Division, and they have a video, correct? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, the presenter is having some difficulty logging in. Perhaps we can go to the doctor and then back to the presenter.
Okay, so we will go on to Dr. Basil for the medical advisor consultant. Please come up. We'll have your presentation.
Good evening, honorable mayors, member of City Council, and member of City Administrative staff. Thank you for inviting me to share my thought about how to assist the city in improving healthcare of our community here in San Gabriel Valley. I have to apologize for my voice this evening. I've been literally talking nonstop for the last few weeks, helping a group and family of patients coming down with COVID-19, try to help them how to manage themselves and how to get the infusion for the monoclonal antibodies, and when to go to the hospital. Lastly, this is a definite disaster. And I'm being myself a COVID-19 survivor after 12 days in ICU, so I know how that feels, and I want to make sure I do my best for the community, and I have a passion for this project here. First, I'd like to briefly introduce myself. I guess the PowerPoint is not here yet. So I'm a graduate of Loma Linda University School of Medicine, and I take my postgraduate training in White Memorial Medical Center. My interests are in family practice, and also with emphasis in preventive medicine and public health, and I'm board eligible for preventive medicine and public health. I'm the president and medical director for Valley Physician Medical Group for the last 40 years. I have continued to serve as member of the medical executive committee for several local hospitals here for the last 40 years, including past chief of staff, chair for the Department of Medicine and Family Practice. Currently, I'm also serve as a CME surveyor for the state of California with the California Medical Associations. I recently been also appointed as a triage officer for a local hospital. In the event they have to go into a crisis care, not a good position, but somebody has to do it. And hopefully that day now come. Some accomplishment I have developed experience in developing and managing a network of family, preventive, and industrial clinic for the last 40 years. I probably started the first 7 days family convenient care in San Gabriel Valley 40 years ago. In the early 1980s, I also found and completed a project NOAA. It's a new organization of Alhambra Hospital. When the hospital go into Chapter 11 and drain millions of dollars from the city general fund, I founded and headed a group of over 70 physicians with community support to take over the hospital management and eventually turn the hospital and emerge from the bankruptcy, and run a campaign with majority vote to sell the hospital from the city to a for-profit entity. And now AHMC is one of the large local regional integrated health system of 10 hospitals and is growing. I have also organized and provided postgraduate level education and training for thousands of local community physicians for the last 30 years through our continuing medical education program. I have organized small and large scale of regional comprehensive health fair with schools, hospitals, churches, university, and city for the last 30 years. I have also provided local community businesses and employer, personal, family, and occupational advisors, including employee wellness program and required compliances with local city, county, state, and federal government. To the point this evening, our preliminary discussion of how to develop an alternate model to assist the Los Angeles County in improving the health care of our city. One of the models that we have been discussing is to establish a local health department. So what is the need and goals? Yes, please, thanks. The city, by statute, has authority to, under the state of California, to establish our own health departments in working with the County Department of Public Health. Since the 1960s, the city has contracted with the LA County to provide the enforcement of public health services. With the present pandemic, there's a concern that LA County will need more assistance to provide public health service to our unique individual local community based on local demographic and environmental data. We do need to explore alternative model in how the city can assist LA County to focus on this local needs and to better service and to protect and to end this present pandemic. At the present, there's some light at the end of the tunnel, but there's still no guarantee that will reach the end soon. We need a local lighthouse with a guiding light to follow and prevent the sinking of the Titanic. The city of West Covina needs to be proactive to prepare and starting now in how to prevent and manage future pandemic, and major disaster. This is not going to be the last. According to the infectious disease specialist prediction, this present pandemic has been predicted for years, and there are more to come. we cannot put our guard down, and preparation in one form or the other is definitely needed. A brief history of local health department. There's only 3 cities in the state of California that has their own full-service local health department. They have been established over a century ago and have grown since then. Actually, in 1980, there's actually another city with a population of only 120 population that has established their own health department, but really is serving the business community only. So I would not including this one in our discussion here. The 3 cities that offer the service is including the budget of $20 million to over $150+ million. They have a supporting staff of a full-time equivalent from 100 to 350 plus. The city population vary between 120,000 to 500,000. Next. Some of the service they provided, including administration and finance, environmental health, social and mental service, community health, preventive and policy programs, maternal and child care services, aging and elder service, and also to provide a safety net for our residents, for their residents. A couple examples. Next. This is from the city of Pasadena. They have different departments, different service listed. And next is the city of Long Beach. Yes. Okay, this is an example. Okay, next. So what's the pros for a local health department? The city has a better control, manage, and respond to relevant local health issues. To better assist, support, and coordinate with the city and local community regarding to local health needs, supportive service, and 5 ways to end this present pandemic and in preparation for future epidemic, pandemic, and major disasters. Third is to improve better communication with the community, working with the county, state, and federal level. Fourth is to be able to obtain additional direct revenue through grant from various agencies of the county, state, and federal government to fund our various local programs, and to focus in building the city of West Covina a safe place for people to play, work, live, and grow generation of families. The con, of course, is the expense of starting and maintaining maintaining a local health department. There are staffing issues. We can go to the next one. Okay, there is a staffing issue requiring a wide range of professional expertise and potential negative response from the community when there's a worst action that we have to be taken. The need to keep the city budget neutral in the time of losing revenue, and also will need a lot of time and effort to develop a full-service local health department. Next. So how are we going to support a local health department? Through licensing fee and permit. And technically, a lot of the city budget, they're including fine, but hopefully, if you run a good department, you shouldn't get too many people in trouble with assessing a fine. But any transfer taxes, grants, and it's very important, grants from various county, state, and federal agencies, donation from philanthropy. And so next, some of the option on establishing a local health department. We can have a full-service health department like the 3 cities that has been established, including Pasadena, Long Beach, and Berkeley. And otherwise, is the basic limited health department more for enforcement purposes. The third option is really try to negotiate certain authority and duty with the LA County. Next slide. And a possible option to operate the local health department is to complete outsourcing model to control costs and expenses and to guarantee the quality of service provided. Secondly is to partially outsourcing with just the healthcare professional component and maintain a staff of local supportive staff. Or thirdly, just simply contract for a health officer and consultant only. Next is just a couple slides. It's just an example of some of the financial. Is from I think this one is from city of Pasadena, and the next one is from the city of Long Beach. Pasadena and Berkeley, city of Berkeley is about a similar size and expenses. Well, this doesn't end my presentations. If there's any questions, I will try to answer. Just give a quick, brief overview.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming. Council, do you have any questions? Go ahead, Councilman.
I have a question. Okay, I think the reason as a health commissioner, we kind of appoint you to help us to see any option. And we right now currently we depend on the county, and the county right now deal with the 11 million population with such a vast, huge demographic, and geographic different location. And we from last and March to this year, almost 1 year. So for the first 3 months, we do everything what state and county request, shut down, and we hopefully we can get better. But now currently our county in the worse situation than any other county. So what we thinking about, the reason you hear is we try to help out the county. Do we have any other option to help us to get a local data, local hospital, and local policy to help to get rid of this pandemic? But currently we only hope is a vaccine. If that really become another string of a virus coming in, what happened to us? Are we going to shut down the business? So the point is, what as you are a medical professional for such a long 40 years, what you see, what you can help us? I think it's very simple. How realistic we can make it happen, and how soon we can make it happen, and what's the benefit to our community, and the most important thing is people wondering how about the budget, how much it will cost, because everybody know currently we are number 9 based on what state audit talking about. So how we can pay for something? So you need to tell us, how we can make this thing so we can tell the public that it's doable because they're not going to cost us, make a dent. So would you please answer a couple of those questions?
Okay, there's a wide range of questions here. So let me first discussing, well, is always we need to look for an alternative model. The present model is not probably quite helpful for a local community, and there's a communication gap. So what we need, if you have a local health department like Pasadena, Long Beach, they're already providing the vaccine to the hospital, to the residents, and so forth. Like last Saturday, they're already providing vaccine to all the 65 and above in Long Beach. Pasadena is coming up. They have their own allocation of vaccine and testing and so forth. So that is more respond to the local need. County sometimes is why they overall didn't do a bad job because they have so many resources. They can help, but they can do a better job. So meaning is if we want to do a local health department, how are we going to fund it? So I think what you really need to do is a outsourcing model. So because first we need to keep our city budget neutral. We really don't want to drain the general fund here in the city. So how we can do it is we can transfer some of the tax that we've been paying to the LA County back to the city of West Covina, and then through the permit licensing and so forth, to try to work out a budget. And maybe I think ultimately is we need to work with our neighborhood cities to form a coalitions so we can generate enough revenue to do a good job. We want to form a local health department to do a good job. We don't want to do a mediocre department. And yet we want to have a coalition of cities that are able to have their own local health department respond back to the local community, because each city in this area is very unique and very different. So through the pooling of resources and all this, I think it can happen. And then, for example, the outsourcing situation. First, you keep the budget neutral. You keep the
we want to have a coalition of cities that are able to have their own local health department.
I believe we have Councilwoman Diaz by phone. If so, we would need her to mute her computer so that she can hear. Councilwoman Diaz, can you confirm?
You keep the budget.
Could you mute it, Councilwoman Diaz?
You keep the. We want to have a coalition of cities that are able to.
Oh, okay.
I muted it. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So because you want to keep the city neutral. So whatever fund we have through the sharing resources with our neighboring city, we can make this happen, basically. And we can go through a mathematical model to look at it before we take any actions.
Okay, and so basically you say we don't going to touch our general fund budget. It will be coming from the state. And, because all other city I talked to last year, all the surrounding city, everybody want to join because this is what they worry because nobody see the end game currently. Okay, and so what we can do, have another option to try to help to save lives and save the future. So this is what it's about to see. Okay, another option we can do it. But we need to make the thing happen to show what is the basic credibility, to see what we can do. And second thing, how about your cost? How much my understanding you told us we basically do this outsourcing, and so meaning no cost, and currently what you're doing is no cost to us.
Well, as far as my passion, as I say, I'm a COVID-19 survivor after 12 days in ICU. And after the breach of protection safety protocol in the facility, that's why I've been exposed. So I really have a passion for this public health issue, and it's for the future to come. And we, the city and all the city, whether the county, the state, need to take preparation for it. So as far as the cost is concerned, first we have to set up a concept. We want to keep the city whole, just like when I do the project NOAA. I don't think it's right for a hospital to drain the money from the general city fund. And the same thing here, if we want to do a local health department, we should be able to self-sustaining without touching the city fund. So there's a number of ways. Of course, you have permit, you have licensing and so forth. That's only a small amount of the operation for the local health department. If you look at all three cities, most of the income is from state and federal. All this program, health clinic and so forth, they all bill Medicare, they bill a number of revenue that you can actually generate. 90% of the income is not from the licensing fee and fine and all that type of thing. It's only a small percent. But we have to start small and we have to start somewhere in preparation. All these three cities is over a century old and they have established a lot of service. They really serve as a safety net for for their community.
I got it. Thank you so much. But, the last question I have, so I will give our council colleague have a chance. So we don't want to take too much time. So my last, question sound pretty good because it doesn't cost us. You're going to help us, and put this thing and help our, community with health concept. At the same time, set up this thing and have all the city to join us. How soon, how fast, we can this and make this thing happen. So meaning I know now this is not going to cost our general fund even in the future. And how soon we can make this thing happen?
Well, because you have the contract with the LA County, so according to the contract, and the same with all the city, you have to give the LA County a notice. First, you have to appoint a health officer for the city. And then you plan the way it looks, it probably more likely will be 2021. 2022 before anything would happen. But it takes time to prepare. For example, you need to hire staffing, set up a department, do a financial analysis, and maybe get other cities join in as a coalition, that we can share the resource together to make a very well-run local health department. So you're talking about early, probably middle of 2022. But you have to appoint a city, so you can basically actually establish a local health department right now, and in the process start processing some application for different agency without the full authority at this time. I think
the goal is how to save life, how to make our community safe, with this, because we spend a lot of money, almost 80% to public safety. And now this virus kind of wipe us out, wipe our business, education, and everybody have to safer at home, and everybody's basically stuck, and we have no outlet. We only right now depend on county to allow us to do anything. So the local data, local policy is so important to kind of let us to see what's our current situation, because currently we don't have the data. data also often county. Okay, and we don't even allow to get a hospital detailed data due to they say it's confidential. So in that a lot of issue, as long we want to help our resident, we don't even have a right to have it. So this is what I'm thinking about the local with the local and the community to support and to kind of have us have the way to kind of have a business balance economy. And have a safety for our resident, and have our education, our children, to come back to school. Because right now, for 1 year, the children still stuck at home. So this is a major issue. We do not want to lose a generation. I think this is all the passion for our council. That's why we sit over here. We want to help. Our community, but otherwise we sit over here. But I really want to thank you, willing to do this, and to help us. I hope we'll continue. We can develop. And I just wanted the last I want to share with you is last year I talked to all the surrounding city mayor. Everybody want to join. Everybody want really have a kind of local data information, so we really can help our community. Thank you so much, Dr. Basil.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Any other council question? Go ahead, Councilman Tabatabai.
Hi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this coalition of cities, how is that different than Los Angeles County? The county is a coalition of cities, so how would this be a change?
This is a conceptual. So what happened, you look at the model at this time, Los Angeles County has been running basically the shows for all the city, even though they divide into 5 regions. But there's really, truly what I find out is from all the discussion here is they never talk to the local government directly. And community itself is very confused. If the city government doesn't know what's going on, what do you expect the community to know? So what the concept is, we have to give the control back to the local community. By first, they have to have some kind of organization department that have medical knowledge, able to communicate with different levels, the county, the state, the federal, and the hospital. Just like Councilman Wu was saying, they cannot even get data from the hospital. How can you run a city? Actually, you do have the right to know what's going on in the city, just because of the jurisdiction here. So the concept here is, and maybe the LA County will change their mind to be more responsive to each city itself, is to set up a health department in each city if they have more than 50,000 population. If not, they have the contract with West Covina to set up a health department. So from there, we'll have a health officer responsible to the city and, to the city council and respond to the community, each city individually. So there's a lot of places we can develop different programs. Each program is different within each city. Some may want something else, some more. Say, for example, city of Vernon, they have only 120 population, and they have a health department, but what they gear to is for the business, for certifying manufacturing and all that type of thing. They need that responsive of the health department to pass through all these regulations instead of depending on LA County. So that's what their need is. How legal that is, I'm questioning, but that's up to the legal people. But for us, is we need in each city do need to have their own health department to counsel the city council to respond to the local business needs or resident needs, so we can develop a plan. Just like, for example, the vaccination here is a good situation. Every county in the state of California can give vaccine to 65 and above. The last few weeks, my in-laws in Tennessee, they already have been giving all the vaccination a few weeks ago already. And here in county, we still cannot give the vaccination until the county supervisor, health authority had to do an executive order, the health officer to release the vaccine to start vaccinating 65 and above. Of course, you have a lot of health provider, healthcare worker that need the vaccine. But according to a survey, UCLA survey, before the vaccine come out, there's only 30% of the healthcare worker willing to get the vaccine. And from local hospital statistic, Eminent Health might have a higher percentage. But some other system, I heard there's only about 60 to 70% of the healthcare worker willing to receive the vaccine. But now you are holding a bunch of vaccine there, and nobody want to take it, and yet you are holding it. So it take an executive order to release it. So the same thing with each local city. You need to be able to have the health officer working with the city council to come out with an equitable plan for the local area. Look at the city of Long Beach. They received the allocation a few weeks back. They give it to a hospital right away. They give it to a long-term care resident right away. And now, last Saturday, they even announced in the Long Beach Convention Center they give it all the 65 and above way before any other city in the county of Los Angeles. Pasadena is catching up, but they are all potentially are waiting for the vaccine also. So I think it's more the responsive to each local city itself, the city council and so forth, because you are the governing body, you need to make direction for the city. And if you have that tool to work with, it's a lot easier. That's why this tool of communication between the county and the city is very important. And I think in the public health standpoint, this communication somewhat failed. They really didn't talk directly to each city. They should really have a direct channel to the city council, in each city government, to say, hey, what's going on, update you. Just like CDC, all the infectious people, we have a weekly type of a conference, forum, telephone, update all the infectious disease people, what's going on, what needs to be done. And so everybody up to date. But so far, I don't think there's any communication here in the city government. No, you gotta listen to the news report, the news conference, and so forth. And that's really not the right communication for a public health crisis. Yeah. So, but of course, all these are learning. We are all learning. So whether one form or the other, we have to start taking action to figure out whether it's a local health department or whether we have to work with LA County to, hey, let's develop a network of things that we can actually communicate and respond directly to local needs.
So are there any? Oh, yeah. So are there any of the, I guess, recommendations in terms of mask wearing, social distancing, no youth sports right now that the county has put in place for all of the cities that are part of this coalition called LA County, that you would feel was, hey, that was in a community like West Covina, that was poor, right? We shouldn't maybe have mask policy in West Covina versus in El Monte, or maybe they should. I guess I'm just confused as to what direction or what was projected by the county that applied to certain cities in LA County that we would say, yes, that was the right direction. But here in West Covina, it wasn't the right direction. Because the other question I have is we don't, borders are, don't really exist, right? So that we say, once you cross over, this is West Covina, well, we have free flow, right? The people who are working at, Anna's Pizza or Far East Joint, they don't necessarily live in the city of West Covina. And so, when they're out in the public and they're being, exposed to COVID and they return to their cities, and I'm kind of thinking of higher density cities, cities that are closer to, freeways and those kind of toxins, right, that have created, higher cases of asthma and lung disease that are right more impacted by things like COVID. Well, again, we're a society, and so I guess my question to you is, first off, what direction in terms of dealing with COVID would you say you disagree with that we got from the county? And then what do we do considering we don't live isolated, right? That a lot of the employees, a lot of the essential workers in the community of West Covina actually live outside the community. And many of them, especially in a lot of the, where we say in our grocery stores or who work in the kitchens of our restaurants that have been closed, they live in, higher density, lower income communities where they have worse health outcomes, and we understand that, right? And so again, I'm just trying to think about, right? Are we trying to isolate certain communities based on because there's greater wealth and therefore the COVID is not being taken because we have more capability to, work from home, work remotely. So I would like your thoughts.
Yeah, no,
Can I say something quickly to talk about, I know I listen what you say, but before he answer, I want to say something about why we're doing this, because you see Pasadena, you see Long Beach, they get the vaccine, they get test center, and we are 120,000 population big city. Okay, you have a Pomona, a big city, you have El Monte, a similar size city, and your Pasadena have their own health department. Tell me, county give us anything? County, do we give a test center in West Covina? Do we have a vaccination center in West Covina? Do we have any? El Monte just have a big test center in the airport, and then they're going to open another 2, and they are going to give them a fascinating thing. Oh, El Monte, West Covina, 120,000 population, we have nothing. If we have a health department, then we will request to come to us, so we can give our resident the taxpayer. They pay the same tax like El Monte, Pasadena, Pomona. But why West Covina have freaking nothing?
Well, I guess, being this my first public meeting, I would hold myself on the council accountable. What kind of outreach have I been doing to supervisors? What kind of push have we as a city? I mean, I understand, we just had a food drive here at the City Hall, which was very successful. But that was our first food drive that was set up, and I outreached to the county.
I in the city council for 5 years. I have been with the supervisor Hilda. I was kissing her.
Point of order.
Sorry, I'm going to counter what you say. You blame on us. You blame on us. That's why we don't do anything. We do everything.
Point of order. I was interrupted. I was not done.
We request her, to help us. She refused to help us.
Point of order.
We are too rich.
Madam Mayor,
that's what Hilda say.
Madam Mayor, please recognize the speaker.
You'd like to finish? Go ahead, Councilman Tabatabai. Let him continue and are you finish your question? Let him answer the question. We understand.
Do not blame on the council. We didn't do our job.
Councilman Wu?
Excuse me.
Council.
Point of order.
Please, you have a proof.
Point of order.
Councilman Wu, we'll go ahead and let Councilman Tabatabai complete his question, and go ahead and if you could answer. Let him complete it. Thank you.
As I was saying, what?
Councilman Wu, go ahead.
Well, so.
Go ahead.
So going back to my question was, we live in an open society, right? And so we don't have closed borders. And again, as we're talking about creating a coalition of cities. Well, we currently are a coalition of cities. It's called Los Angeles County. And again, from the recommendations that we have gotten from the county, you as an expert, what are those recommendations that we have received that you would say, well, those were, I don't know, maybe you've gone too far, maybe not far enough, because again, as a city that is part of the county and that is part of, following these recommendations, I think internally too, we need to ask ourselves as a city, how well have we done in enforcing some of those recommendations? These are things that, we're talking about starting a health department, which I think, if you want to be proactive, you look at those types of things. But you just mentioned these other health departments that are created, they're over 100 years old. And there's a lot of institutional knowledge that comes with a 100-year-old organization. And so when you're saying things like, these county health departments are, they're doing well with pushing vaccines and things like that. Yes, 100 years of institutional knowledge, right, creates efficiency. So to also, kind of put the hat on, well, if we had our own public health department, it would run smoother. And again,
Councilman Tabatabai, is there a direct
Yes,
question
so-
you'd like to ask him? Can you
Yeah,
please
sorry
go
about
directly
that.
to the
Sorry
question?
about that. Sorry
Thank
about
you.
Yeah, so just, is there any disagreement, I guess, with what the county has suggested?
I have no problem with the LA County Department of Public Health recommendation. Wearing masks is important. Social, physical distancing is very important. That's one of the best tools in public health. The issue is not so much about those. The issue is really a number of issues. For example, vaccinations. The health department say no vaccination for 65 and above, and take the board of supervisors to overrule that rules. Okay, so this is important because the local health department, the health officer has to discuss with the city council to make a plan for each individual city, and that's the important part. But right now, you're not. You take a board of supervisors to determine for how many cities in Los Angeles County. County is 11 million people with one health officer. It's just very impossible to take care of each individual need. And all this infectious disease is only a small part of the public health department. Of course, it's a big part because when it affect everybody in the places. But there's a lot of other prevention program need to be done. And I'm not sure the county, because I haven't really worked with the city here, so I don't know how much effort has been putting into a local city level. And for example, if you have your own health department, you can be able to acquire grant and so forth substantially from state, federal, and all this to run different programs geared to your local need. The county, in a sense, is so big. They have a lot of resources, but sometimes it directly, just for example, some example listed earlier, to one area, not to another area. But if you have your local interest, then you make sure you direct appropriately to service individual need around here. So, and they will in a cost-effective way.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I want to follow up on that question regarding just local, but to kind of touch on the point, I did reach out to the county and had a conference call and requested not only a COVID site, which, as I understand, is being worked on, so I did do that outreach because there has been historically a lack of communication with the county. I also requested a vaccination site. I also pointed out to them that the way this rollout is occurring, and they agreed, is disastrous. In no way, shape, or form is this efficient, evidenced by what Dr. Basil just said and what the whole world knows, that even though 65 and over was agreed to and ordered by the state a week ago or over the weekend, we weren't ready. And I pointed out to them, let's take flu vaccines as an example. Flu vaccines are administered to a population by way of primary care offices, urgent care offices, hospitals, pharmacies, flu clinics, in every way, shape, and form. And now those parties, the majority of them are omitted from this process. How in the world are hospitals by themselves and pharmacies going to roll out this unprecedented action? So they agreed. So progress is being made in that area. And so I did reach out, and they have been responsive, but I think there's still some work to be done there. But back to my original point in question to you, Dr. Basil, is there opportunity to modify local health ordinances to our local needs in collaboration with the county or some form of that?
Yes. Well, when you have your local health department, then you can set up your ordinance accordingly. Because right now you have the California State Health and Safety Code, and then you have the LA County Health Ordinance. And then and I have to check with the city here whether you have any city ordinance. But yes, if you have a local health department, you'll be a lot more responsive to what you need here. It doesn't need a county ordinance to govern everybody the same. And of course, you will need a legal counsel to make sure it's done properly. Yeah.
Is there any other questions? questions? Okay. Well, we want to thank you for your time. Greatly appreciate it. And if I'm sure if the councils have any other questions, they are more than welcome to call you or email you, correct? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council.
Next presentation.
I'm Anmol Joshi.
So this is our next presentation that was supposed to be for the Department of Food and Agriculture Citrus video. So it's up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Anmol Joshi with the California Department of Food and Agriculture's Citrus Pest and Disease Prevention Division. Joining me in this presentation is Ken Pellman, Public Information Officer for the County of Los Angeles Agricultural Commissioner's Office. We appreciate the opportunity to update you today on a crucial issue for the state's citrus industry and citrus tree owners. The Citrus Pest and Disease Prevention Program was established to contain the spread of the deadly citrus disease Huang Longbing, or HLB for short. HLB is spread by a pest named the Asian citrus psyllid, or ACP. The pest, which has been found throughout the state, transports the bacteria that causes HLB as it feeds on host plants. The psyllid and disease threaten California's 3.4 billion citrus industry and its 22,000 jobs and the citrus trees owned by 60% of California residents. The Asian citrus psyllid, or ACP, is about 1/8 of an inch long, about the size of a grain of rice, and feeds at a 45-degree angle. The best way to stop the spread of HLB is to suppress psyllid populations. There is no cure for HLB. Once a tree is infected with HLB, it will die. Although a death sentence for trees, HLB will not harm humans or animals, although the fruit will taste rancid. Other symptoms of HLB are asymmetrical yellow leaves, corky veins, and small misshapen fruit that drops prematurely. To date, over 2,200 citrus trees in Southern California have been found to be infected with HLB. None of the infected trees were in a commercial grove. Once identified, infected trees are promptly removed by CDFA staff. This map shows the 1,536 square miles HLB quarantine area outlined in blue. CDFA routinely survey properties, first contacting property owners if access to a property is necessary. Staff will send plant samples to the CDFA lab if HLB is suspected. If samples test positive for HLB, CDFA staff removes trees at no cost to the property owner. In addition to treatments, another available tool to contain the spread of psyllids is the introduction of a beneficial wasp called Tamarixia. This wasp is not harmful to humans or pets, but is a natural predator of the Asian citrus psyllid. Although the Tamarixia is not a standalone solution, it helps lower ACP populations. Although there is no solution to HLB, the researchers at UC Riverside are investigating the use of peptides found in the Australian finger lime as a potential treatment. Because it may be years before this potential treatment is available, we are asking growers and homeowners to remain vigilant to continue protecting their citrus trees. Although CDFA is responsible for the administration of the Citrus Pest and Disease Prevention Program, there are many partners involved, including federal, state, and local officials, growers and other industry representatives, and of course, citrus tree owners. I will now turn to Ken Pellman from the Los Angeles County Agricultural Commissioner's Office to touch on his role.
Hello. The County Agricultural Commissioner is responsible for several things related to agriculture within the county. And one of the things we do is we screen for insect pests and plant diseases to prevent the spread from coming into the county or leaving the county and being sent somewhere else. So we're involved in that, and we do inspections at shipping centers, nurseries, certified farmers markets, citrus producers and packers, just anywhere where you're going to find plants being shipped. In addition, we are also responsible for monitoring pesticide applications. So whether it's a private company doing a termite tenting of a house, or whether it is the California Department of Food and Agriculture applying pesticides locally, we are involved in monitoring that to make sure the pesticides are being applied correctly and that the appropriate protections are being used. It's very important that the residents are aware that they should only move citrus fruit off their property if it has been washed and inspected. The psyllids will be on leaves or stems or parts of the plant other than the fruit. So it's okay to move the fruit if they have washed the fruit. They're not transporting leaves, they're not transporting a whole plant, that sort of thing. We're asking that residents who have citrus trees inspect their trees monthly. When they're watering, pruning the trees. We ask that they please cooperate with agricultural officials who are doing the inspections and the eradication efforts. Such officials are going to have proper identification. They're almost always going to be in uniform, and they would never need to gain entry into the residence. They would want to go to the backyard, maybe, depending on where the citrus trees are. Now, if you have a kind of residence where the only, you maybe a townhome or something, and the only way to get to a citrus tree would be going through the house, that's an unusual circumstance. But this is not a situation where somebody should be expecting, where most residents would be expecting that somebody would want to gain entry to the house. So it is possible for residents to treat ACP themselves. There's over-the-counter pesticides for that. If they're concerned, but if they are in a treatment area, it's up to the, just let the CDFA handle it. It's already been paid for, so they don't have to go out and buy their own pesticides. And it's important for them to know that they can call if they have any concerns, if they think something's wrong, they think their tree might be infected, they can call the pest hotline. There's an 800 number. It's 800-491-1899. They can also contact our offices locally at that 626-575-5471 number. We are working closely with the state Department of Food and Agriculture on this issue.
Thank you, Ken. The Citrus Pest and Disease Prevention Program can provide officials with videos and collateral materials free of charge to share with the community. These materials are available in several languages. We thank you for your time and attention to this important issue and would be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thanks again.
Was it just the video, or are they also online to ask questions?
It was just the video.
Okay. So that ends all the presentations. Before moving to oral communication, we would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Gabriela Elizabeth Tejado Perez, beloved wife, daughter, sister, and best friend. Gabby and her husband were victims of a senseless drive-by shooting. Gabby had goals that everybody wishes to accomplish, and she was on the right path. Goals to become homeowners, raise a family, and save lives as a registered nurse. Gabby was the epitome of a perfect wife, pushing her husband to be the best version of himself while loving and supporting him in everything he did. Gabby was a perfect daughter, having a beautiful relationship with her parents, brother, and godson. Gabby was selfless and only wanted what's best for others while pursuing her dreams. The name Gabriela Elizabeth Tejado Perez will not be forgotten. Our hearts go out to the families, and we hope to see justice for Gabby soon. Thank you. So we're going to go on to oral communication. If anybody would like to address the council, please fill out a yellow speaker card and submit it to the Assistant City Clerk. Additionally, due to the current and ongoing public health emergency, oral communications are being accommodated via telephone calls requests by 5:30 p.m. Any emails received by 4 p.m. have been posted to the city's website. All emails are part of the public record. Assistant City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
Good evening, Mayor. We have 12 speakers in-house, and we have about 4 callers.
Okay, go ahead, proceed. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Herman, followed by Mike Greenspan, followed by Jerry Patras.
So actually, I have something for Herman. So hi, Herman. Happy New Year. Hope all is well with you. Before you begin, I just wanted to say that I know you do have the right to speak, but we also have the right to listen. I can easily walk away while you're speaking, but I won't tonight. I see how passionate you are, and though I may agree some of the things you say, it would be a shame not to hear your message due to the foul language. We do have children who are watching this, so the minute the F-bombs start dropping, I'm quickly turning off the mic, but I'm ready to listen as long as you continue to respect the chambers. So thank you, and welcome back, and you're more than welcome to begin.
Residents of West Covina, do you appreciate the control of your local community? There are 5 county bees, mommy bees, that run the show regarding control of COVID administration for vaccines. But yet you see that your businesses, your social life, and all the other matters that pertain to you having an enjoyable 2021 is an apprehension of lies. Should we have the right to that accountability? As you heard the argument between Tony Wu, Mr. Bryant, are you not surprised? I've always been right, constitutionally, to protect the First Amendment in not what you hear, but what you should believe, what America's about. Not the 11 million immigrants told to come back to America, take your jobs, fill your rent control homes, and leave you sleeping in the goddamn streets.
Careful. That's also.
So political arena is often abusive. Public issues should be uninhibited, robust, wide open, include vehement, caustic, sharp attacks against the very unpleasant local government that violates your First Amendment, your Fourth Amendment, your 14th Amendment, your Second Amendment, and your Fifth Amendment. When does it end? When do we get a constitutional right to protect our living and the United States from these lies? Hilda Solis, Nuri Martinez, and all the jackasses from the state capitol, Gavin Newsom, have done nothing but lied and misled you, along with those other 2 witches from the county health department, Christina Gawley, and you, Barbara Farrar, a waste of my fucking time as an American.
No, not the clock. The mic for the outside audience. Continue.
Point of order, please.
Time's up. Thank you.
Mike Greenspan, followed by Jerry Patras, followed by Spitfire Ramirez.
The mic to the audience is back on now, so it's the same thing what I've mentioned to him. So if you can kind of watch the language.
Mike Greenspan, a Bruin butt-kicking Florida Gator, and want to thank that pastor for remembering Jesus. If he had come back in time for Christmas, he would not have gotten any Christmas dinner at Hilda Salise's, Catherine Barger, or Janice Hahn's Jonathan Club, because he's Jewish. I'm sorry, Mr. Christ. We only serve Christmas dinner to our Christian members at the Jonathan Club. Just thought I'd let you know. Now, for all those who always ask what he would do. Now, yes, Rosario Diaz, I have a Bible too. Better one than you. I've got a King James Companion Bible. And Mr. Herman apparently is on God's side when talking about homosexuals. What do you mean? Well, let's go to the Bible about it. Leviticus 18, I put on my reading glasses, 18:22. It says, excuse me, as I, neither shall, oh, okay. Okay, let's go to Leviticus 20:13, since I missed it. It says, if a man also lie with mankind as he lieth with a woman, both of them shall have committed an abomination that shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. Just for that cub reporter who seems to be against God. Well, Mr. Herman isn't. Anyway, now, what's a nice city like West Covina doing in Los Angeles County? The complete antithesis of them, Gavin Newsom, where you're for economic development, job creation, all the stuff Gavin Newsom hates. And if you like the way that they are doing with the homeless issue with the Board of Supervisors, you'll love the way they are doing with the health department. After all, normally I would be against the city having a health department, but with those Board of Supervisors we have and their pension queens, and Catherine Barger says, well, just have them go online for the people 65 and older to sign up. Well, not everybody is full of pensions like those supervisors. They're not all pension queens like those 5 on the Board of Supervisors. Well, we're going to have new Governor Day. We're going to get rid of Gavin Newsom, the complete, total antithesis of West Covina. It's going to be nice to see him go. After all, Gavin Newsom has done nothing except go out to eat when we have to stay home, to hang with lobbyists when we have to sit at home. I think we're tired of Gavin Newsom. I think that people want to go back to work. They want to earn money. They don't want to get a big fat welfare check. Even Joe Biden's $2,000, whoop-de-doo. Will that really make up for the lost revenue? It's time to get a new governor. Gray Davis got recalled in his second term, but Gavin Newsom, if the voters approve, will be able to serve 3/4 of a term. After all, Tony Wu is a great soundbite person. They love him at KNX. One size does not fit all. Well, you're right. One size doesn't fit all. And it's time to get a governor who will respond and listen to us. As I say, what's a nice city like West Covina doing in a county like Los Angeles that hates business, that will destroy jobs, not create them? And what can I say? The best way we do it, sign the petition, get rid of the governor, get a new governor. New Governor Day was great. When Governor Arnold came in, people got upset at me because I voted for Arnold. And I said, well, people with accents, vote for people with accents. And South Georgia likes people from Austria. They're good people. After all, Gray Davis, does anybody give him a job? Does he get any money? No, he's been kicked to the curb. Good for them. Good for you voters in California. Now we'll do the same with Gavin Newsom. I can't wait to see him go. After all, he could sit home and play with his hundreds of millions of dollars and go online and email Aunt Nancy Pelosi. After all, wasn't that a great job that happened in Washington? The left wing got a taste of their own medicine. Wah, 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 wah. They can't handle it. Oh, well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Jerry Patras, followed by Spitfire Ramirez, followed by Mr. Aaron Perez.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of West Covina neighbors. We welcome the new City Council. We're encouraged that the Finance and Audit Committee has been allowed to meet again. We're anxious to see how the reactivation of that committee unfolds and how it works. We're also glad to see a corrective action plan in response to the state audit is in the works. Beyond the Finance and Audit Committee, further transparency is badly needed. We ask that the City Council limit the use of the consent calendar to its parliamentary purpose, approving non-controversial items that do not require much, if any, discussion. Residents need to hear your views. The residents do not have access to current financial information. On the city's website, under the section for quarterly financial reports, the most current financial report, for which there is not a dead link, is dated March 31st, 2018. Financial information that is nearly 2 years old. Transparency fosters trust. Please provide current financial information to the residents you serve. We are interested in working with you to find solutions to the city's financial problems. You can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Next.
Spitfire Ramirez, followed by Mr. Aaron Perez, followed by Mr. Jim Grivich.
Happy New Year to all the well-deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get down to business. Today, I want to start by exposing the horrific abuses such as your constitutional rights, human rights, and civil rights violations in most of your superior courts throughout California. The abuses include the denial of access into small claims departments, the denial to homeless individuals, denial to homeless who have no phone to schedule a court appointment, and denial of due process rights, the denial of reasonable amount of privacy or some discretion, and misinforming and misdirecting you by small claims staff and supervisors, denial of receiving your legal rights of court documents, and the denial of receiving your court documents in a timely manner. Your court documents and evidence being submitted by mail into the small claims department gets intercepted, misdirected, and or misplaced and deliberately lost to the judge, and he will never sees it. Are these gang stalkers in the Pasadena courthouse? Absolutely. These events have happened to me and others, all by the notorious, incompetent, ineffective, and inept Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles. The Pasadena Superior Court at 300 East Walnut Street, Pasadena, California, 91101. At the Small Claims Department. To begin, on January 13th, 2021, I went to my scheduled appointment at 2 p.m. at the Pasadena Courthouse Small Claims Department with Anthony, window number 3, a nice Latino, so I thought, as it was scheduled by Anthony on January 12th, 2021. We had no problems. As I approached the window number 3, I wrote on a piece of paper to please don't say out loud and write any responses, please. Then I handed it to Anthony. I wrote down that I needed my entire case since my court documents, along with my other important books, were stolen from me at the Bin, a storage place for the homeless in ugly, junky, filthy Skid Row. And thanks to our corrupted and wicked and inhumane LA politicians, both the LA City and the LA County Board of Supervisors. Then Anthony read the paper, and I wrote if there was anything else that I needed to fill out. He went to inquire, and I needed to fill out 3 legal forms, which I did and submitted to him. Anthony said that was all that I needed to do. I said, very well. Then I asked Anthony if he could schedule me for another appointment. He said yes. I asked if the Friday in the afternoon was too soon. He said no, that's fine. So we scheduled it for Friday, January 15th, 2021 at 3 p.m. He said, you'll get copies of everything. My reservation number was 2, P as in Paul, 5, D as in dog, 6. On January 15, 2021, I arrived minutes before 3 o'clock p.m., my scheduled appointment, so I thought. But much to my shock and horror, I stood first in line at the Pasadena Small Claims Department. I saw Anthony getting up and leaving a cubicle window number 3, and Rosalind, a lovely Asian female, took over. Then I wrote on a piece of paper once again, not to say it out loud, and who I was, and my reservation number, and my scheduled appointment, and my case number. She looked baffled, could not find me on the court docket, and she did not know how to help me, or so what she didn't understand what I needed. I thought that Anthony, that Latino jackass, before leaving and who saw me before going on his break, would have at least communicated to Rosalind that I was to solely pick up my court documents since all my paperwork had been satisfied. Yet while she couldn't find my appointment nor my requested court documents, she went to get a tall black female with a massive chip on her shoulder and all tattooed. So this individual came to window number 3. Before she spoke, I told her politely, please wait a moment. Then once again, I wrote on a piece of paper that I didn't want her to say it out loud. Could she write it down? Then she rudely and loudly blurted out in her ghetto Eubonics, no, I'm not going to write it down. And I asked her, please. And then she out loud, broadcasting it with her big mouth, no, I'm not writing it down. And then I asked her for her name, and she out loud and patronizing me said, Dawn Alexander. She was loud, obstreperous, and obnoxious. I guess this is all you need to work in the Pasadena Small Claims Department. I asked to speak to her supervisor, and she said, I'm the supervisor. And I asked to speak to someone above her. And once again, she retorted in her vicious monotone, I am the supervisor. These nasty nigger cunt supervisor, Dawn Alexander.
Continue. Please, language, please respect. 4, 3, 2. Thank you. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We only have 5 minutes. Thank you. Geez, what is it today?
Aaron Perez, followed by Jim Grivich, followed by Brian Gutierrez.
I will be turning your mic on. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Aaron Perez. My wife is Gabriela Elizabeth DeHaro Perez. We were the victims of the drive-by shooting that occurred January 2nd, 2021. I'm saddened to say that my wife was shot and murdered. No one deserves to go through this kind of pain. No one deserves to have to live with the constant loop of a moment, driving home, hearing the sound of a gun pop, glass shattering, realizing my wife and I are being shot at, trying to save your wife while going into survival mode and trying to get to safety. This is an experience I do not wish on anyone, and it's all happened in a city we call home. She had an entire future ahead of her. My wife was in the middle of her nursing program working to save lives. We were going on our third year of marriage, investing on buying a home, and working to start our own family. The same dreams that all of us listening wish to accomplish. And this has all been ripped from us. Now I'm at the edge, not sure what the future has for me, but I will fight for what is good. And what's lurking our streets right now is pure evil. I want to make one thing clear. As people of power, you cannot continue to let these monsters have a free ticket to get away with murder. West Covina and neighboring cities need to join together and stand up for what's as simple as what's right from wrong. So what will you do about it? This heinous crime happened in our city. Innocent blood will continue to shed if change doesn't happen. This isn't just the city of West Covina. This is an issue throughout our entire county. Our city needs to be proactive and push for change. We need to take preventative measures by funding the West Covina Police Department and its gang enhancements. People of the community are scared to go outside. This isn't the West Covina that we grew up in. This is Hell's Gates being opened. Gabby's name will not go in vain. Her dream was to save lives, and I'll continue to push her legacy and save the future lives. Thank you. Justice for Gabby.
And we're so sorry again to hear. Our condolences. Thank you.
Jim Grivich, followed by Brian Gutierrez, followed by Angie Gillingham.
I'm pleased that the City Council has chosen to put on the agenda the corrective action plan. I'm glad to see that the city is responding to the state audit. I'm also pleased that the city has chosen to plan a meeting for the Audit and Finance Committee so that the citizens of this community can participate in your corrective action plan. I want to repeat something that was said, that the state in their audit said that the city has mismanaged its money. It's fairly simple. And I'm hoping that the city can start changing that at this meeting. There are 5 items on the agenda tonight that spend new money that wasn't in the original budget. Each of those items will add to the deficit spending for this year. Precisely the issue that the state called unacceptable financial behavior. I think the city needs to be aware that that's happening. There is nothing in the language of your council report that says that you're adding to the deficit. In fact, I remember at the last meeting in December where I spoke, several council members expressed surprise that they had contributed to the financial problem of the city. Yet each time the city votes, you vote to spend money you don't have budgeted, that is deficit spending, you're part of the problem. I hope this problem will change. There are 5 items on this agenda that spend new money. They are item number 18, consideration of budget adjustment for necessary capital improvements of fire services. Item 20, short-term agreement for ambulance transportation services. Item 22, increase in hourly rate. Item 25, consideration of adjusted pay for assistant finance director. And item 28, amendment to the West Coast Arborist contract for citywide services. The total increase is roughly $2.8 million. That's a lot of money, all deficit spending. All I'm asking for at this meeting is that those items be pulled from the consent calendar and at least talked about. I find it hard to believe that the city would spend that kind of deficit money and not even mention it. Thank you.
Brian Gutierrez, followed by Angie Gillingham, followed by Colleen Rosati.
Hello. Well, before I begin, I would like to quickly commend Council Member Tony Wu and and the other two council members for looking into and doing research in regards to developing a responsibility plan for the LA County Health Department. Reality is that when that was brought to the attention of the residents was because the governor did an order followed by the county health director conducting an order which did not coincide. And I believe at the end of the day, we have to remember that that could harm businesses, because at the end of the day, the general fund is, the majority of those funds come from our local businesses. But nevertheless, hello, my name is Brian Gutierrez. I ran for District 1, and I would like to thank the over 3,000 voters who casted their vote for me. I'd like to show my appreciation for Mayor Leti Lopez Villado for selecting me to serve on the Planning Commission and giving me the opportunity to serve our community. Once again, thank you to our voters and Mayor, and I promise to make our residents proud. Thank you.
Angie Gillingham, followed by Colleen Rosati, followed by Danny Delario.
I am here tonight to inform and educate the mayor on her recent interview on December 15th in the San Gabriel Tribune, when she was asked what makes the Friends of the Library special and how important they are to the literacy programs. First, let me give you some information about the volunteers. The Friends of the Library are a volunteer group made of mostly residents from our city, with the exception of one of our most active volunteers who lives in La Puente. The group was formed in 1962 and continues today. Many of our members serve as volunteers in more than one community-led group in our city at a time. The county has 85 libraries in total, and we are recognized as one of the top 10 libraries in the county that serves 38,234 active users. We have a wonderful reading programs all year long for children to enjoy. The library has concerts and adult Zumba classes, which were well attended by the public. Currently, the library has adapted to the COVID situation by turning many of these provided services to online services. The library also serves the public at flu season time with giving flu shots provided by the county. At election time, a drop-off box is placed for the public to drop off their ballots. Does this sound like we're dying, as you stated in the paper? And back on November 2011, the Friends of the Library were first informed of a medical building development that the then City Council had entered into, where the city owned the parking lot adjacent to the library, which was going to be up for sale. They objected to this development as it would cause disruption to the library population. The loss of mature trees were also included in the development. The Friends of the Library came to the council and raised concern. Soon they caught the intention of this and support of the WCIA, who were instrumental in hiring a lawyer and issued an injunction to ensure the proper steps, such as environmental studies. As we all know, the development did not go forward, and we have our trees today because of the Friends. I am confused by your statement in the San Gabriel Tribune that you wish for a higher purpose for the library. Maybe you would like to bring your suggestions for a higher purpose to our monthly meetings when we return. We would provide a tour through the library to show you where the money raised through our book sales is used to subsidize and purchase computer desks, chairs, and other furniture where students come to complete their homework on a daily basis. I hope you have a better understanding and the importance of the Friends of the Library. Thank you.
Please. Colleen Rosati, followed by Danny Delario, followed by Dominique.
Good evening, everyone. Colleen Rosati, elected City Treasurer, along with President of West Covina Beautiful. I'm here to talk about a couple issues. First of all, I'd like to thank the residents of West Covina for coming out and helping us with the Home for the Holiday tour. Very successful. We had close to 8,000 folks that were engaged in either taking the tour or giving us feedback on our 3 sites and voting. Just a quick little update for those of you that didn't see the Facebook post. First place was the Escobarda family that was at 227 South Lark Ellen. In second place was the Dodger Blue House, which was on the south side of town at 2601 Altamira. Third place, there was a tie, the Reyes family that had the cute little emojis in the sled on Cameron. Flores family on Fernwood with the little carolers. And of course, the beautiful home of the Franklins at 2735 South Citrus Avenue. Got an honorable mention. So we have celebrated them, we have honored them with recognition, and we look forward to doing it again next year. So thank you all for coming out. It was a very positive experience, and I think it kind of celebrated the beauty of West Covina. On another note, normally in February, the city has their birthday bash. Last year, we were able to celebrate the 97th birthday of West Covina, which was incorporated in 1923. Unfortunately, this year, West Covina will not be holding the birthday bash, but we will be celebrating in other ways. We're going to continue to do the beautification awards for business, residential, and art and public places, and we'll be honoring those folks in February. So that's kind of a quick little update on what West Covina Beautiful is doing. We continue to be a positive influence here in the city, and I'm honored to be the president of that organization. On a side note, I'm also your elected city treasurer and proud to be so. And the council, I'm sure you might have already noticed on the investment report, which tonight you have October and November's report. And I'm sure you may have noticed that in our LAIF account, there was a $67,570,000 and change balance, not only for October, but November. I found this very interesting because the balance stayed the same, didn't change a penny, even on the December report. So I did ask the finance director, how did you manage not tapping into those funds? And she replied with, she was able to pay our bills with income that had come in from different sources. So I'm commending Robin for doing that and keeping that reserve at the $67,500,000. If you look at the bottom line under total investment portfolio, you'll also see that that amount is over $100 million. In my 7 years as your elected city treasurer, I have never seen that bottom line as high as it is on each of these reports. Please note that you have the bond measure for 2020, which is $16 million, that does reflect that amount to cause an increase. On the report, the investment report, I'm going to have to talk fast. The investment report is presented tonight, and we are in compliance with the government code. Please note that November 30th, the investment portfolio had a market value of $76,997,000 and change, with a bond reserve market value of $23,078. October, the investment report market value was $79,670,000, with a bond reserve of a market value of $23 million. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. If not, please, it is recommended that the City Council receive and file the investment report for the end of October 31 and the end of November 30th. That's my report currently. Thank you.
Danny Delario, followed by Dominique, followed by Peter Gian.
Thank you. Gabriela Elizabeth Dejaro. You will remember the name. My name is Danny Dejaro, proud brother and resident of your city of West Covina. Call me selfish and say what you will, but I'm struggling with the fact that no amount of good or change resulting from our actions and movement will bring you back. I walk into your house to familiar sounds and voices, and yet it feels empty. No more late night conversations. No more laughing. No more sass and smiles. I will not see you at family gatherings, your pinning ceremony, delivery of your children, and our family getaways. Call me selfish, but the truth is you were taken from us and nothing will bring you back. I prayed none of you experience this evil that is lurking in our streets. I am angry, my heart filled with hate, and if the roles reversed, I have no doubt you would have grieved, you would have broke, but you would have remained positive. Your heart never tainted, your faith unquestioned. Do I believe it was your time? Absolutely not. Do I believe this was God's plan? Explain to me how he could cause so much pain. Do I believe you were chosen for a greater good? I do not want to believe it. But you've guided me here tonight, so I understand now more than ever the truth behind that statement. There's no question my sister, brother-in-law, family, and I are fighting for justice, but she is fueling something greater. Now we need you to use your platform as city officials, representative, and mayor. Work with the surrounding communities, create reform, press the county for more resources, more qualified officers, reintroduction of gang enhancement. But because the system in place now does not work, criminals are no longer afraid when they are captured and released the same day. This is just the beginning, and it's going to get worse with the addition of Gascon. Our family has been vested in the city of West Covina for 20 plus years, where we plan to raise our youth. We support local small businesses and our West Covina PD. Please join us in my sister's fight to combat the gang violence that is now spilling into our community. And please, 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 cherish every moment with your loved ones. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Dominique, followed by Peter Deanne, followed by Steve Bennett.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My cousin Gabby and her family, and I myself, a former community member of West Covina, are proud of where we grew up. In light of recent events, it's been brought to my attention that gang violence is on the rise in the cities we know and love. Tonight, family, friends, and community members have gathered to see to it that the council take a proactive approach in creating change for a better future. We advocate for Gabby, for those who have lost their lives, and so that no other family has to go through this tragedy. We ask that you please agendize public safety at the next meeting and collaborate with surrounding cities to address the increase in shootings that have been happening in LA County. Voters have shown their support to reimagine public safety, and with the newly elected DA and the passing of Measure J, if we don't get access to the resources, then you would be failing your community. Please hear our voices today and support us in taking steps towards keeping the community safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Deanne, followed by Steve Bennett.
All right. Hello, everybody. Here to make a comment today. First off, I want to thank everybody that has made a comment, especially Brian Gutierrez for coming out for his first public comment. I remember when I made my first public comment, I was pretty nervous, but I'm glad that he came out of whatever city he lived in to make a comment here. So today, my question to this council, and my ongoing question to the council always is, what are our priorities? When I came into this meeting, the first thing that we were talking about was a new, new local a local health department for our city, right? And in a lot of ways, I can see the argument for that. In a lot of ways, I can see the concern about the LA County, the concern about vaccination sites. But in a lot of ways, in more ways than that, I don't understand why we're doing that. We have people that are outside that are in pain. We have people in this city that are in pain right now. And we are not going to address that pain with all these political convenience, virtue signaling movements. I respect that Brian T. is asking questions. I do not respect that this local government in our city. I do not respect that the city council, it looks like a clown show. We are arguing with you guys are arguing each other out there. I don't know why. I don't understand. If this anti-county sentiment is truly based on the belief that our city would be better off locally, why did we entertain a conversation for so long and are still entertaining a conversation about LA County taking over our fire department? Why are we doing that? I understand that there are no vaccination sites in this city. I understand that this anti-county sentiment is very strong within the city. But I cannot go along with this sort of conspiratorial message that for some reason LA County is against us. I don't understand why they would be against us on purpose. I can't fathom that argument or that comment at all. There are people outside grieving at senseless violence, and I understand that. And we need to address their pain, and we need to make comments about that. But I cannot sit over there and look at people making comments and their pain. We need to empathize with their pain. These people that are here, and I understand that. And if you're still recording my public comment, hello to your video camera. But I cannot sit up there and not denounce the words that are being said, not denounce the hate speech that is being said. But the hate speech comes from true pain, and we need to acknowledge that. But that true pain, it can be blamed on Democrats. Yes, I myself do not like the fact that Gavin Newsom ate inside while the Democrats are telling us that we cannot eat inside. I understand that. But the answer is not to blame Democrats, not to blame Republicans. The answer is to talk about the systems and our leaders, even on a local level, and what they're not doing for us. And what they're not doing for us is addressing the poverty that is rising up in this city. What they're not doing for us is addressing very valid concerns in this city about violence, very valid concerns in this city about police brutality as well. What we are doing instead is entertaining a conversation about a local health department out of a reaction to a pandemic that probably won't be here in the middle of 2022. So those things and connecting those things together, I just do not understand. And I saw a man that come up here, I don't know if he's still sitting here, holding the Bible in his hand and bringing out Leviticus, which Leviticus, a lot of Christian pastors and a lot of Christian believers, they now denounce that entire chapter. And I want to talk about Christianity. I want to say that the message of Jesus Christ to me is not a message of hate, is not a message of hate speech, is not a message against black people. It is a message of love. We need to all be like Christians, like John Brown, abolitionists who believe that his goal, who believe that his message from God was to abolish slavery. We must be like those Christians. We must be like Christians. We celebrated the day yesterday, Martin Luther King Jr. We must be like those people. The pain is real, but the hate speech that comes out of the pain should be denounced always. We need to start taking proactive action, and we need to not have actions of political convenience and creed. This city has become polarized. This city has become a partisan cesspool, and the people that suffer the most are always the community members. When I was canvassing every day, when I go out and I see people, I knocked on the doors. My favorite part of it was seeing people's lives and seeing pockets of people's lives when I opened their door and seeing how happy people were to be in this city. I want people to be safe as everyone else, but I want us to be talking about the right things. I agree that some politicians are bad, but I cannot go with the sentiment that is against immigrants, go with the sentiment that is against people. The enemy is, to me, the enemy is the allocation of wealth to people that do not serve us. The enemy is that wealth has infiltrated our politics, and the enemy are leaders that simply do not care for us. So truly, please do your research and commit to it. Do not commit to a blue or a red argument. Commit to an argument about whether or not people care for you, your needs, your welfare, and care that you are living on the street and are fighting paycheck to paycheck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Steve Bennett, and then we'll move to our phone callers, Mayor.
Mark, first one of the year. Thank you. Before I get into my comments, I know that the family of Gabby has already left. I just wanted to express as a resident of the city that we mourn with them. I think you all do as well, and we grieve with them. There's nothing that we can say to take their pain or their emotions or things away. And as a resident, lifelong resident myself, I can't imagine what it's like to go through that. So I express my condolences to them as well, and on behalf of, I'm sure, many, many hundreds and thousands of residents, they do as well. On a little bit lighter note, first of all, first meeting of the year. Boy, if this meeting sets the tone for the year, we are in for a fun ride, let me tell you. I only had a couple things to say, and I've been watching intently. And I'm one who tends to speak my mind quite well, and even I'm sitting here kind of in awe. First of all, Happy New Year. Congratulations, Letty, on elevating to mayor. I know it's a rotational thing, but still, congratulations. Congratulations to Brian. Good to see you seated. I know it's the first meeting for you. Congratulations to Ginger Elliott for her election as well. I think that it's great to have a new council. And as you guys know, I ran for a seat. I didn't win. That's okay. as long as the 5 that are up here are going to do the best they can. There's a few things on the agenda that matter, at least to me. I agree with Peter. I think that we have a lot of things that we can work together on. There's definitely some things that we differ on, and that's okay. But I agree. I think I envision some things differently in the city. I'm glad to see that the audit committee is meeting again. That has been lacking, and there could be argument that it was because of COVID. There could be argument that it was for whatever other reason. But it's refreshing to see that they are meeting again. And I hope that they meet on a regular basis virtually. We're at a point now where we're able to have meetings virtually, and we're doing that a lot in the city. And I think that committee can meet on a regular basis. I think it will provide a lot of insight as to things. On the ambulance service, I'm encouraged that we're trying that. I myself and many residents have expressed a desire to use care instead of our current ambulance service. I know it's a temporary system. I'm concerned about the cost coming out of the fund that we don't have. As Jim pointed out, I'm not a fan of deficit spending. We have, over the last couple of years, and I know only 3 of you were a part of that, we've done some deficit spending, and we've made some budget amendments that are affecting us negatively financially. And like somebody else said, I think that some of the comments about how it's been blamed on other councils, I think if you read the state audit, it also says current decisions are making it worse. So I think that there's equal blame for a lot of people. But I'm encouraged because I think that the ambulance service actually could prove a point that we can do tiered dispatching, which has been an idea on the table for a while. And I think that's a way to go. I understand the difference between basic life support and advanced life support in the way of ambulances. And I think that we could see a future of saving some money. So I'm encouraged to see if that goes. But like I said, I'm really interested in how you're going to pay for it right now because of the deficit spending in the general fund. All in all, it pretty well wraps it up. I'm going to keep my comments pretty tame tonight because let's face it, you guys have had some good ones. And I'm definitely not going to add to that fund. So again, I wish you guys the best. It's first meeting of a new year, first meeting of a new council, and I'm optimistic, but don't get me wrong, I will be back up here complaining if I don't think you're doing something right. So I look forward to seeing you guys at the next meeting. Smile, because it's probably the last time, we got a lot of work to do. Later, guys.
Thank you.
I can add to that.
Our next speaker is Marcia Solario. Marcia, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, city staff, and residents. My name is Marcia Solario, 20-plus year resident of West Covina and community member of the Finance and Audit Committee. I'm calling in tonight to loosely address item number 29 on tonight's agenda. First, I want to say welcome to our newly elected council members. I look forward to meeting you both when it's safe to do so. So on to my topic. So like many of us, as soon as I see the agenda alert email, I quickly click the link to peruse the items to be discussed. As I made my way down the list, I was a bit surprised to see item number 29, consideration of corrective action plan in response to the December 2020 State Auditor's Report. I found this very interesting because although various attempts have been made to schedule a meeting, the Finance and Audit Committee has not had a meeting since June. And this means the committee has not had the opportunity to review and discuss said report and corrective action plan before it is presented to the City Council. So this now makes it 2 recent audit reports that have been presented to City Council before it is brought to the committee. As I have mentioned in previous comments, the usual process is that a report is first presented to an audit committee, then presented to Council. This provides Council and the residents assurance that any major issues or findings to be addressed have benefited from the committee's feedback. Will we have all the answers? No, but our committee covers a wide scope of areas of expertise within finance and audit, ready to assist in stewardship of the city's financial affairs, as stated in our resolution. Therefore, tonight, I won't comment on the cap being proposed, even though I have many comments, but humbly request that moving forward, city staff make every attempt possible to present any and all audit reports to the Finance and Audit Committee first. We are here and willing. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Our next speaker is Daniel Luna, followed by Chris Miller. Daniel, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Well, first of all, good evening, everyone. This is the first time I participate in comments since the November election, so I think there hasn't been that many meetings, but I would like to congratulate the newest city council members. Thank you for stepping up. I see that there are many agenda items for you to review. I myself have also reviewed the state auditor's report and then the corrective action plan. I tried to go through it. And it does, in reading it and hearing the discussion that took place earlier about the city adopting a local health department, it only highlights more concerns, because one of the things that the state auditor mentioned, that there was a lot of mismanagement by the city council and city government, assuming the city manager, involving purchasing and contracting in particular. And it looked like the medical advisor is trying to suggest that contracting out this service is what's going to work, but it's not something that really makes sense at this moment. I think I commend Councilmember Tabatabai for questioning that decision, or questioning the fact that what is it exactly that is going to be different or better. And in particular, I mean, I was a bit taken aback by Councilmember Wu and his defensiveness at the questioning and jumping in before the speaker was able to answer, because it does seem that it's a lot of grandstanding. It's a lot of these arguments that are raised to give people false hope, to distract people, and in reality, the city needs to get other affairs in order, like whatever it is that they outline in the their corrective action, which is to figure out ways to save more money, to possibly, once this COVID-19 pandemic subsides, that they renegotiate maybe some of the union contracts, figure out ways to lower the pension cost, maybe just like the state of California did a couple years ago with state workers. Maybe the workers need to contribute a bit more. Trying to be creative to find some cost savings, and also look into the purchasing and contracting out of goods and services, because I don't agree that we put all those things on hold and necessarily that, just deficit spending by itself is bad. There's things that need to be spent and that we still need to invest in. And I'm more optimistic and hopeful than some other folks that think everything is just gonna end up being bad or negative. We need to find a way out of this, and I think that if you guys really pay attention to all the costs and all the different agreements that you enter into, I think there's ways that there could be some cost savings. So I do appreciate the time, and thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Miller, followed by caller ending in 3033. Chris, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, I want to start off with is, just as I thought, with Brian Tabatai coming on council, he's going to be divisive. He already has been on Facebook, and by throwing all supporters of one side into a briar patch. And then also the comments made about COVID, to me, is very divisive too, when you don't look at the facts and look at, the fact that health officials are saying it's people getting together is causing the spread. It's not where you work. I work in a hospital doing a project. I haven't got it. A lot of my team hasn't got it, but they have got it by getting together. I work for a pretty diverse company, and the metrics actually kind of fall in line with LA County's metrics of, the different populations and the percent. So, and they all got it by getting together with other people. Next on the item is item 4, is the repeal of the sex offender registry. One thing I'd like to point out right now it's broken, and it's only going to be more broken. Per code, a child sex offender cannot be near a school within 2,000 feet. Yet, Roland Avenue Elementary School, there's a sex offender right across the street. At Walmarado Park, which is a park and next to a school, there's a child sex offender 2 blocks away, which is less than 2,000 feet. So I think we need to really look at that one because, we have to be careful because as it is right now, we're not complying with Megan's law or any of the sex offender laws. And I know there's other violations. The next is consideration for a grand jury report, a diet for landfills. We have, as it is right now, those that separate, we're overpaying for where our trash is. So now in the brief reading, they're expecting homeowners to separate their waste and take food waste to farmers markets and other things. And to me, what's the purpose of having Athens? The reason why money ran out or didn't run out, the recycling has gone down is because the state of California ran out of funds. So they changed the program where they're only taking CRV and everything else goes to trash. So I think in essence, what the state and what the county needs to do is look at a not home-based, but a state-based recycling program to take the used material, turn it into resin, and put it back into industry. The next item is 6. I don't agree that we should still be in an emergency order, that control should go back to city council. Item 12 kind of reinforces what Jim Griffith has brought up, Jerry and Steve, and the fact that we are deficit spending. One of my big gripes is we always have these emergencies that come up to spend on why don't we do a master plan, lay things out and plan for it? Why are we spending $60,000 for a playground of money we don't have right now? How many kids are actually playing in the playgrounds right now because of COVID? Same thing with all the capital improvements at the fire station that we should be looking at possibly putting in next year. And also the other thing is, why are we going to spend money on the fire station, especially Fire Station 3, if we're going to county? Most of the city doesn't want to go to county. So if we spend the money, we better stay city run. I agree. When I did a tour of the fire station at Cortez Park, I thought the carpets were in really bad shape. That was over 2 years ago. So I agree with, a lot of the sentiment. Money has to be spent, but it has to be planned. Not always these emergency funds. And then also on that, I would say we need to look at other technologies of cleaning and sealing duct. Right now in hospitals, there's a product called AeroSeal, which is an automated sealing system for duct systems.
Mr. Miller, your 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris.
Caller ending in 3033. This is your opportunity to speak for public comment. Caller ending in 3033. This is your opportunity to speak for public comment.
Hi, this is James Tome. I'm sorry I got cut off earlier on. I wanted to speak about a few issues. Happy New Year, Mayor and City Council. The first is I did listen to the report from the public health expert, and I'm not sure what the value of doing that, aiming at mid-2022 is. I think that's probably optimistic. So I would like to hear what other actions or things have been taken to move that forward, because it seems very unrealistic to me. The second thing is on transparency. I know it's a new year, but there's a few items. One, I'm watching it on YouTube, and it looks like the chat has been disabled, which didn't used to be the case. The second thing is, in terms of public comment, it would be nice if the website had directions about public comment through telephone and other means. It is on the actual agenda documents, but it would be more user-friendly if it were also on the website as well. But the third thing, and the major thing, is something that's been brought up by other residents, and that is the fact that almost every item on the agenda is on consent, and that includes millions of dollars of spending that you're proposing to do without any discussion or questions for those items, and that is all, as people have said, deficit spending. Just as one example, item number 18, that's $1.6 million that you're proposing on capital expenditures as a budget amendment. I think that's pretty crazy. There is a capital expenditure plan that is always part of the budget process. I don't remember these being discussed in either of the two past budgets, and it's not explained why this shouldn't be discussed for the next budget process. That is where it's supposed to happen. It's ironic that on the same meeting where you're dealing with an audit response about doing better, making reasonable and responsible budget projections, you have almost $3 million in spending that you didn't budget for without any explanation as to why it's coming up now. So on that one particular item, number 18, there are things like replacing the carpets, getting stainless steel countertops, doing interior painting. It's not clear to me why these are emergency measures that have to be done outside of the budget process at this time. So I think some explanation is due for that. And I also would like to know who did these assessments. Is it the same people who basically presented an idea to the public that there would be better services by closing 2 of the 5 fire stations in West Covina? Because if it is the same people, I'm a little bit skeptical in terms of the assessments of the needs. So I think some explanations in order. I think you should take off a lot of these items from the consent calendar for transparency's sake. I think the public would appreciate that very much. Another item just on the contracts, I know the new council member has brought that up. Just as a FYI, we did do a report on city contracts, and all the significant contracts were posted on the city website a few years ago when I was on council. If they're no longer there, the staff should explain why they're no longer there. But there was a report and itemization of all the major city contracts. And then the last thing is I had heard or understood that some appointments for COVID vaccines were being done through East Valley Community Health Center. So maybe someone on staff can do some research before the meeting is over, because if that is the case, you might want to publicize that to your residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's all the public comments.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager. Can you please respond to some of the public comment concerns?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We had a lot of speakers tonight, so I'll try and be crisp and respond as best I can. We had a number of speakers call attention to the state audit report and the city's corrective action plan and financial recovery plan, which is being addressed directly as part of the agenda tonight initially, and then will subsequently go to the Finance and Audit Committee. One of the callers, I forget which, suggested that the report should be shared with the Finance and Audit Committee. Indeed it was. And one of the members, and I'm very grateful, Mr. Grivich, I'd like to compliment him publicly. He found the time to call me and come in and meet with me and go over the report, reviewed the first draft of it, made some suggestions. I didn't take all of his suggestions, but a number of them, and that's a better report as a result of his efforts. It's our intention, assuming the council is okay with giving the corrective action plan back to the state, that we immediately begin work, and this segues over to the Finance and Audit Committee for the real work, which is the preparation of the financial recovery plan. And I'm happy to talk about that when that agenda item comes up later. It's very important work of the city. Number of speakers tonight are grieving, as we all are, over the loss of a community member. And I just wanted to say that I will be participating on behalf of the city tomorrow, together with the chief of police, in a regional meeting. We're talking about several of these crime issues, and that one in particular, together with a number of our surrounding cities. That's tomorrow morning, and I'll be present and a part of that. I don't think I've got responses to any other comments. I'm happy to move right into the manager's report if it's time for that.
perfect. That's time for that. So proceed, please. Thank you.
First, and some speakers said it, so I'd like to repeat it. Very happy to share with the community our wishes for a better year than the one we had last year. So Happy New Year to all. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that have been going on in the community resultant of the economy and conditions generally. There's a lot of need out there right now. And I thought the work of the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank and this one morning's effort was really a bright spot. We served, I don't know, maybe 2,000 families with some food, and I was not expecting this kind of response, but was heartened by it. So kudos to them for all of their good work and the staff, city staff that helped. We're going to talk tonight as part of this agenda about our contract for care ambulance services. I just wanted to highlight this because it feels to me like a number of things are colliding all at once here. The COVID-19 is on a rampage throughout the world, and the governor's plan that he launched today is to return kids to school and people to work in the middle of it. I can tell you as your local service provider, demands for services are through the roof. We normally run 3 ambulances every single day on 24-hour shifts. And since Christmas, we've been running double that number. Our calls for service are normally in the range of 20, 21 calls a day. We're in the 40 range now. And without the emergency powers that enabled me to execute this contract with care and put it in place immediately, I'm quite sure that the community would not have been well served. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is the residents want the city to step up and to provide some leadership. This holiday surge that we've been experiencing from Thanksgiving forward has clearly caused a lot of cases, not only in our county but worldwide. Right here in West Covina, our fire department has been doing a really amazing job, doing their very best during a very difficult time. And this care ambulance supplemental contract was essential to that effort. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight some of the needed repairs at the various fire stations. We've got these conditions in Fire Station 3. Next slide. These conditions, sewage, water, and restroom, substandard electrical, Station 2. That entrance to the apparatus bay where our ladder truck Quint is normally housed at Station 4. I don't know if you can see there, just before the roll-up door, that brickwork was cut. I don't think it meets any kind of a standard, but there are a number of conditions in our firehouses which are just simply not to standard. And the maintenance philosophy has long been, we call it run fail. You put an asset into service and you run it till it fails, and then you act surprised when it does. But I regard these repairs that I'm recommending to you later tonight as part of this agenda to be essential. I don't think we can defer them. I don't think we can postpone them. I don't think we can delay them. This is the cost of doing business. Somebody asked tonight about if these repairs would be, given over to the county. We're going to be looking at options for fire service, a number of them. Under any scenario, these are our city fire stations and our buildings, and will remain so under any of the scenarios that are presently being considered. I just think it's not responsible to allow these kinds of conditions in city facilities. Is simply not acceptable. Moving on, next slide. Good news, thanks to some really great work, we had some efforts by our Mayor Pro Tem and our fire chief as a team work to get West Covina approved as a point of distribution vaccination center. The county approach has been top down through the bigger venues. You can name them, racetracks and Dodger Stadium and Fairplex. But the smaller venues are also going to become an essential part of this. It's not ready now, but we'll provide links to the website when people can register once this is in operation and available, once we get past the first tier. the most recent news, somebody mentioned earlier today, this slide just highlights it, that residents 65 and older can get it, and the way to find out about that is to www.vaccinatelacounty.com. We encourage people to follow that system. We either have a plan and a system for it, or we're going to have a lot of chaos. Right now, it's by appointment only and while supplies last. Next slide. That's all we've got for slides. That completes my report. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Council, do you have any other questions? Okay, on to the consent calendar. Is there any agenda item that council would like to pull from? Go ahead, Councilman Tabatabai.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 6, 18, 23, and 25.
Thank you. Councilman Wu.
I would put number 17.
17. Mayor Pro Tem Castellano.
I'd like to pull number 28, please. And were you going to pull?
Councilwoman Diaz. Oh, and I wanted to pull 20.
28.
Okay, 28. Councilwoman Diaz. I know she informed me number 27, so we'll go ahead and stick with that then. Unless you want to, do you want to pull anything else? Okay, so we're going to be pulling out 6, 8, 17, 18, and I'll be pulling out 20, 23, 25, 27, and 28. Anything else to be pulled? No? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar items 1 through 28 with those exceptions 6, 8, 17, 18, 20, 23, 25, 27, 28?
So move.
Second.
I have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Tabatabai.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye.
If I may, Mayor, I need to read an ordinance title before we move on. Ordinance number 2475, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, repealing Section 15-19 sex offender residency restrictions of Article 1 in general of Chapter 15 miscellaneous provisions relating to the public health and safety of the West Covina Municipal Code. Thank you. We can go to the first item pulled.
That is item number 6. Councilmember Tabatabai. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this item number 6, the local emergency, and I know you talked about the need for leadership and making tough calls. So as far as this power that's been given to you during COVID, what are the systems you've put in place for yourself to when you're processing? It comes to you. This is the situation. This is the surge. And you went through, what's the checklist that you went through before you made the decision to go ahead and contract with CARE in this scenario?
Let me answer that more broadly and get to it more specifically. But I got to tell you how happy I am to be in the chambers tonight, because this is a system that we all know and that I really love. We present reports, we make recommendations, we propose, council disposes. This is a completely abnormal time. And so, typical of a disaster, I was city manager in Malibu in the 90s. We had one of the major conflagrations, and 269 homes burned to the ground and 3 people died. But it was an emergency that had a finite beginning, middle, and end. It lasted a couple of weeks before we moved into conclusion of the state of local emergency, and you got a lot of resources in a hurry. In this case, there aren't a lot of resources in a hurry to be had because it's a global pandemic and everybody's in it, and it's also abnormal in that it's run for months. Sometimes you wonder if it's ever going to end. So it's a marathon, not a sprint. In this case, the fire chief and we talk all the time, and we were watching quite closely the climb in terms of COVID numbers, and especially our part in it, which is to scoop and run. We want to get people the care they need. We want to get them care on the scene. We want to get them into the medical system. It's not the kind of situation where we could call on our neighbors for automatic aid or mutual aid or some kind of supplemental. I think never in my life, in my career, have been more glad to be an independent city that we have resources, because there aren't any to be garnered from our neighbors. So in this case, it was just an immediate response to an immediate need. And I think the trigger factor in my mind was, if we aren't responding to calls, people die. And it actually at one point got to where we had one call where I think dispatch told the resident somebody's coming, and there was a brief moment of panic there where we weren't sure somebody was. And so I think it was one of those decisions where we didn't have any choice, and hopefully the council was informally informed about it as we went. And I made the decision independent of that it was just something we had to do. Like it was such an obvious decision, it didn't seem like we had any choice. And I think in the essence, that's the reason for these powers under the state of local emergency. We've been trying to spend those powers very judiciously and wisely. But it was just to save lives. We're trying to protect not only life and property, but especially life right now.
Do you have any other questions? Go ahead.
So, if let's say that the state of emergency was not in place, what would have been the normal process in a situation like this?
Well, what makes this procurement unusual is we normally have quite detailed policies and procedures about how we buy things, including, at one point in the pandemic, we were immediately, maybe hitting the panic button. We thought, if people are going to have to be working from home, they're going to need computers. We went out to Best Buy and bought 5 laptops thinking we got to have them immediately before they run out, and there was a big queue over there. That was something that the state auditors even mentioned. Like, I'm not sure it was a material finding on their part, but it was at least something they observed, that we needed to follow the city procedures for purchasing. Those are voluminous. We've got, quite clear written policies about it, but it wasn't, in this case, followed. So we didn't go through our normal system to request proposals and to get alternative bids. We did satisfy ourselves that we got a good price. You could say this is the same piggyback price that the city of La Habra got, because we wanted to make sure that we were getting value for our dollar. But we just went around all the normal procedures so we could get to the result we had to have.
Is that it? Okay. Anybody else have a question? No question? Do I have a motion to approve?
Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry, I may be overselling this, but another key point is, because we're under this state of local emergency, we have a pretty high level of confidence with respect to these purchases and this one in particular. We're going to get reimbursed through the OES FEMA system, because it's a definite response to the crisis and to the pandemic. So we have it's never 100% sure, but we're fairly confident we're going to get all of these monies reimbursed through the system because we have a state of emergency. And then without it, we would not.
One of the benefits. Okay, thank you. Motion. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, second. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay, the next one, number 8, agenda item 8, is to approve each. So, city manager.
Through the chair, if I may, I'm going to ask our assistant city clerk to kind of walk us through this report, because there's a number of changes to the report you're being asked to be approving tonight as terms of who's appointing whom to which committee, and then we're going to need a couple of votes to make sure that you're in agreement with reappointing all of the people that are now serving on the Audit and Finance Committee. So Lisa, if you would, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have placed on your dais before the meeting started, an updated version of the agenda item. So it is going to look like the one that was in your book, except it's going to have a line that says updated January 19th, 2021. So it was a loose paper on your desk. And this staff report reflects the changes that were made by Councilwoman Diaz, Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos, and Council Member Tabatabai. And Mayor, if we can, as our city manager stated, take this item in a few different steps. If we can first approve the appointments for the Community and Senior Services Commission, Human Resources Commission, and Planning Commission first.
So first, can I get a motion to approve the appointments for the Community and Senior Service Commission, Human Resource, and Planning Commission? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Councilman?
I'll make the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Tony was making the second.
Second. Roll call.
Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Okay, so the next one, it's to open it up for nominations to fill the council member position left vacant by Councilwoman Shoemaker. Is that correct? No, that's pulled. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes,
correct?
you're correct. You're correct. So there was a council member. There were two. Yes,
Oh, for the finance. Okay, got it. Since she was a finance and the audit, finance and audit, she was a member there. So we just need to open nominations to fill the council member position.
Yes.
I will nominate Rosalia Diaz,
Do I have
Councilwoman.
Okay, nomination. So she will fill her spot if approved. Do I have a motion to approve?
Yeah.
Was the motion second?
I'll second. There's no.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Passes.
And then we have also on the Finance and Audit Committee, this would be a vacancy for one of the members at large.
Okay, we have 2 vacancies to be filled by members of the public. We have received and reviewed their applications. I'd like to open it up for nominations to fill the first vacant spot with a member of the public with a term ending January 2022. Does the council have any nomination?
Madam Mayor, I do. I'd like to nominate Jim Grivich.
Would like to second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Passes. Finally, I'd like to make a nomination to fill a vacant spot with a member of the public with a term ending January 2022. Does the council have any nomination?
Excuse me, Mayor. Okay, I want to nominate Marcia Solario. Yeah, she's been a senior auditor, so I want nominate her to continue to the job.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Passes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you and congratulations, everyone. We are going to go to item number 17 by Councilmember Wu. Councilman Wu, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor. Okay, regarding this agenda number 17, and I always thinking about, I got complaint regarding the business license. Okay, sometimes they take forever to issue the license, so it create a problem for the small business. So that's why I'm thinking about, is that possible city can review it? Can we take it in-house? Okay, will that create a burden to our general fund? Okay, which one would be more sufficient? And if we cannot do it, okay, I really have a problem with the 5 years contract. I think we should shorten the contract so we can review them, because if we have a long contract and we're stuck with them forever. So, but most important thing, any possibility, okay, we can have it in-house so city can have more revenue. So this is my question. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'd like to ask our finance director, Byrd, to address those questions.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, and members of the council. The item you have before you tonight is to renew the contract with the business license. It's been with HDL for approximately 5 years. In 15-16, the revenues were about $1.8 million, and they've continued to rise due to them locating businesses in the city that didn't have a license and getting them in compliance. So now it's up to almost $2.5 million. Each license that they issue is a minimal fee to them of $13.31. There's a small cost of living adjustment every year of about 2%, which if you take the $13.31 and add 2%, it's about 25 cents per license. We have about 5,700 businesses in the city. And I think there's a lot of value to this contract. Prior to contracting this service out, there were 2 employees at approximately, with salaries and benefits, it was going to cost us about $165,000 a year. What HDL charges us is approximately $80,000 per year. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you for that. Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Robin, so you said about $160,000 for 2 employees and $80,000 through HDL.
Correct.
And through having it in-house with 2 employees, that includes continued accumulation of pension liabilities, right?
That's correct.
And through HDL, that's not the case?
Right.
Thank you, Robin.
Councilman Wu?
It sounds like it's a much better bargain to have outsourcing. I was thinking about maybe we can, get more revenue, end up it's a saving because about $80,000 compared with $160,000. Okay, but my question is about how about the contract? Is that 5 years would be too long, or are you thinking about, because right now all our contract we kind of try to shorten the time so we can consistently review, so in that way we don't stuck in some situation that out the contract we cannot get out.
Of course, it's the council's decision if you want to only extend it for 2 years.
Were they okay with 2 years, and extension with 1 year, and then if they're good, we continue to renew. If the revenue look good and the cost is minimum, so in that way possible. Okay, but anyway, I will make a motion to approve with amended 2 years contract with a 1 year extension. So when 2 years up, then we can renew it if they are still doing a good job. But we need to make sure they customer service, because hopefully reduce the complaint regarding and the application time for them to have business to set up. Without business license, they cannot set up their business. So maybe we can tell them, say, can you kind of so we don't have to call you guys expedite regarding the making faster. So in that way, they can automatically take care of the business. Anyway, this is my motion.
I had a quick question. Are the businesses out there satisfied with the process and everything of how acquiring the business license and the whole procedure? Have you got any complaints or anything? Or we've been good?
I haven't received any complaints. I know from time to time the city council gets direct calls from businesses, and that's not unusual. I've been in 8 cities now, and every city, has a similar process. And about the only time that the city council hears from the people is when they're not in compliance, and we're trying to bring them in compliance.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a question? Go ahead.
No question. I just wanted to second Mayor Wu's motion. I think 2 years with 1 year extensions is good. That'll keep them on their toes and make sure that customer service is what we need as a city.
Okay, so we already have a motion.
Councilman
Go ahead, Councilman Tabatsbai.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question more has to do with consent calendar and process. So according to this, we're skipping our normal bidding process, right? Staff has determined that to continue with this HDL really is not only to the benefit, but it would be impractical, useless, right, uneconomical. And so when in our action plan, one of the things it did talk about was shoring up, right, the bidding process and transparency. And so an issue like this, is there a way going forward we can keep it off the consent calendar and make sure that it is something discussed in public when we're not going to go through the formal bidding process? Is that something we can do?
Through the chair, I take the point. I know we've been doing some really good work in the finance department. That is a factor now in terms of the lack of resources there. We got a different item on your agenda tonight, your docket tonight, asking you to consider collapsing 2 positions and creating a bigger one, which would give us some more expertise and some capacity we don't now have. Every single one of these things is a project, and we are stretched quite close. When we were going through the worst of the times in terms of the general fund cash reserves, we at one point were wondering, are we going to even make payroll? We hadn't been able to do the pension obligation bonds. Staffing is insufficient there, and these things just take time. I'm not aware of a competitor of this caliber, and so I'm completely comfortable recommending it to you tonight, but I take your point. You'd prefer to see this as a departmental matter on a different portion of the agenda next time we do one like this. So point taken.
Any other question? We already have a motion and a second, so we'll go ahead and roll call.
Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion passes. Now to agenda item 18. Councilman Tabatabai, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chief. So I had questions regarding the budget amendment on the fire station capital improvements. And so, again, right, we're talking process here. What is it that motivated the need to address the capital improvements at this time instead of the normal budgeting process?
Well, to take us back to September 2019 when I became fire chief, one of the things that I did was we went to the fire stations and we employed different members of the department to go through, and we gave them a task of identifying our needs, which we put together in PowerPoints that we've shared with people, fire department needs. Subsequently, to put all that together and come to council, go to city management to show what we need, COVID hit, and we got stuck with all that. We finally kind of got a chance to circle back to these things. Take it back a little further, a lot of the items, just about every item in here has been in CIP projects, and issues need to be done, some all the way back to 2007. So once all this got done, and I've met with staff and went over what it is, we determined that almost all of these are emergent items that should have been done many, many years ago. Firemen living in asbestos-ridden fire stations, walls that do sewage coming up in the toilets, unsafe roofs, unsafe openings in the fire stations, paint that's not even on the wall, carpet with mold in it. These are things that we just need to do, and we took all this together, went and got bids, and we went and got quotes for them as best we could, and we brought the numbers to city manager to bring it to you, and just about everything is something that we should have been doing for many, many years. It's just major neglect over, like I said, back to 2007. You bring out the CIP requests going all the back then. A lot of these things were on there, and they just weren't done. They've been neglected. Now they're compounded even worse. A lot of the safety issues that are on here just need to be done. We've liked to have it, and some of them were on the CIP for this year, but they weren't allocated, and due funds being available or moved around for it, we were able to bring it to you guys.
And the way they are presented, in terms of priority, right? You know, we're again in the situation we're in, you know, where we're going to, you know, $1.62 million, accessing reserves without, listing in order of priority. Do you have an order of priority that you could give us that says, you know, these are, you know, really you would say non-negotiable, that, you know, need to be done, right? Versus again, other areas that here we are. You know, you're talking about things that are almost 15 years old, that were allowed to continue to not be fixed, and then the question goes to, well, why not, right? What was it about it that both, you know, staff, council, and fire was okay with allowing it not to get fixed?
I can't speak to what happened prior to my arrival here or the management team. We can't speak to that. I just know that some of the items were brought over the years and just funds weren't allocated for them. I can go through the list if you wanted to, but just about everything some of them are purely dangerous to the firefighters and living in our stations. And I don't think anybody here would live in their household with any of the items that are here at all. I hate to say that. I know, you know, Councilmember Wu hates the emergency thing, and I hate to do it this way, but since we're able to figure out ways to do it in the mid-year of this budget, we decided let's bring it, and we have the numbers and what we needed, so we want to try to ask for money to get it done before something bad happens, and we know it's going to happen. You know, predictable is preventable.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Wu.
Okay, I want to follow my colleague, Council Member Tabai. I think he has a good point that 2007, okay, and now it's 2021, so the duration is so long. And by the way, I saw the pictures, and okay, that's horrible. Okay, that nobody want to live in a substandard, okay, that kind of situation. It's not healthy. Okay, I think we need to fix that thing. But later, I want to ask our finance director: do we have money? Okay, and I know. Okay, all these things need to be fixed. Okay, but why? Okay, and during my 5 years, this thing never bring up to us. Okay, and now during the pandemic, and then now suddenly we have to go through all this. Okay, capital improvement, and I even don't know we are going to hit on our general fund. And during here, we try to save our reserve, our fund balance. Okay, but not this thing going to hit us. And why it accumulates such a long time and creates such a major problem, because you don't fix small thing and later on become a big thing. If leaking, don't fix the leak, then you're going to have a pipe, okay, everything more, and the health issue, okay, and we do not want any lawsuit, okay, and that is what, okay, we want to avoid. But why you can never bring up, okay, for such a long time to us from previously, okay, even before my time, okay, didn't try to gradually fix up the issue rather than right now suddenly become a major fix-upper.
I wish I had that answer for you. I can't speak to what people did before me, but it was one of my things I wanted to do as fire chief, to find out what we needed. What were we doing great? What were we doing wrong? What can we do better?
Okay, I understand you really want this thing. I saw the picture. It's really horrifying. Okay, but okay, I want to ask our finance directors. Okay, do we have fund for this capital improvement? Can we get away? I know if we don't do it, we might have an even bigger problem. Okay, you know the attorney thing. Okay, so maybe you can share with us.
So in the current year budget, there was almost $12 million that was budgeted for the unfunded liability for pensions. Since that budget was issued, we issued $205 million in pension obligation bonds, so we didn't have to make that payment. So that's where I was taking this $1.6 million from, is out of that savings of the payment that we didn't have to make. And it's one time, so, you know, it's not going to affect the balance of our budget. We're still going to be in balance. I think it's important that we look very carefully as we go through that list that the chief has presented at things like station number 1, which may not be a viable project or a station for the future. There's going to have to be something done with that.
I agree. Okay, so basically the money we save from the refinance, now going to spend on them. So we have no saving. We try to save it on the reserve, and now we have to spend on your capital improvement. But I see the ceiling, okay, the leaking, that is really, really bad.
I mean, 2 of the stations have asbestos. I mean, the firemen are living asbestos.
I understand, because you live over there. You live over there, you spend a lot of time, and it's really not fair for you guys to live in that situation. That should be done a long time ago. Okay, I agree, but I just don't understand why you never bring up to us till now, and during this pandemic. So you should bring this up much earlier, okay, and okay, I understand that time you're not chief, but even when you're chief, okay, you should bring it up, okay, to us, okay, the first day and telling us, oh, we got a problem. When you're chief, we're not in pandemic yet.
Well, actually, we did. I had Council Mayor Lopez Viado, Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos met. We met with all the council members, and we had a PowerPoint roughly just before the pandemic hit. We met and gave them all this stuff. We told them that this was going on.
City Manager, you want to say something?
I see this a little differently. We talked about the maintenance philosophy of run, fail, put an asset into service, run it till it dies dead by the side of the road or whatever, with anything that we own. With respect to buildings, we're underfunded for maintenance. The rule of thumb would be take the value of an asset, you should spend 1% of that value every year on maintenance, but we've evacuated their routine maintenance budget, and so this is the result of all of that. I know we recently brought to council a few meetings back this whole problem with the personal protective equipment. We had turnouts that were 20 years old and had the name of some other department from Orange County on them. And truth told, a number of these things, our firefighters are been putting up with it, but it's a risk management equation. If somebody files an OSHA complaint, we lose. And so I'd rather try and use resources we have to address all of these legitimate needs. The question somebody raised earlier, if you had to prioritize which one of all of these, which one are the most critical, it's like asking how many stars are in the sky. The answer is all of them. All of these are ones that we have to do. The exhaust systems and the asbestos and the electrical systems and the plumbing, the crew quarters that were modified years ago without benefit of permits don't mean exiting in a fire station. Not acceptable. And so I recommend highly that you consider this tonight and allow us to proceed with bidding out and purchase ordering and getting these things, tended. It's not false pride. There's real need here.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Tell me about, so 4 of our 5 stations have diesel exhaust problems?
Yeah, so, well, they all have minor things, but I mean, you should know that some of these things, the staff at the fire stations have taken upon themselves to do little things on their own, sometimes out of their own pockets. Some of the little paintings, some little repairs. The carpet at Station 2, they pulled up and they cleaned the floor, and some guys have fixed some of the diesel exhaust themselves. But somewhere in the last 10 years, we bought new diesel exhaust systems at one of the fire stations, but didn't put the same ones that we have at the other stations, which is just ridiculous. So one fire engine can't even go to that fire station. So we have to make them universal. So every fire engine has the same connector on their exhaust pipe, and they work the same. Station 2, we don't even have proper diesel exhaust system. It's a fan on the side of the wall that sucks the air out. So if you're standing there, diesel exhaust from one side goes right through you, out the other way. It's unacceptable for today's fire service. It's not compliant. It's not how it should have been done many years ago. So.
Yeah, I think as our city manager said, any of these things, the asbestos, the diesel exhaust system, a lot of other things mentioned, would be pretty bad OSHA violations. I think we got to fix some of these things now. But one thing I want to ask is, maybe twice a year you could meet with all of us to remind us or highlight anything that that anyone in the fire department sees as a severe problem like these. Yeah, because I know you've mentioned that a lot of these items have been on the CIP, but I think we need to bring more attention to these things, because a lot of these things, like the breathing apparatuses, the turnouts, the exhaust system, the asbestos, I wasn't aware until, as you mentioned, right before the pandemic. So it is concerning. We got to address these, as you mentioned as well. I don't think anybody in this room would be okay with living in those conditions. So, yeah, maybe twice a year going forward, anything new that comes up, let's meet, let's talk about it, let's highlight it here in front of the community so everyone's aware and there's no confusion about where it came from.
There's a lot more. We could spend a lot of time, unfortunately, the neglect. Yeah. I love a blank check, and I will make sure everything's taken care of.
That's not the idea. But I know you're joking, but back to seriousness, yeah, we want our firefighters to be safe. We want our community to be safe, and so yeah, anything that's really emergent, let us know, please.
Absolutely.
Is there any other question? Oh, go ahead, Councilman Tabatabai.
So this for the city manager. One of our corrective actions is, and I'll read it here, to better ensure city ongoing financial stability, implement a formal process for development of reasonable budget projections that adequately account for the impact that significant events such as a global pandemic may have on revenue. But what I take from that first part, right, is this formal process, and it just here we are, the first meeting of the year, and this isn't the form, right? This would not be a formal process of doing these capital improvements, and so and I understand the needs, and again, we put a lot of these things off. There is a process we want to establish. And we're trying to really establish norms and habits, and again, I guess I'm questioning why all of it now. Why don't we have a list of priorities? The question Councilman Castellanos asked, and that was a wonderful discussion about the exhaust and the danger to firefighters, and that's it, right? So that should be understood by the public and everyone what all of these things mean, but that's not what we're doing here, And so my question for the city manager is, again, why are we choosing not to follow the formal process? The other question too, though, is why did we choose to put this on the consent calendar also? Because, that it had to be pulled, that's an issue. And so I'd like your response.
I'll take through the chair, if I may, take the second one first. We got a lot of business on your agenda tonight. I think we're paying the price from not having a previous meeting. And if I ever suggest that again, remind me, will you, not to do that? In terms of the process that got us here, I'll own that. I've been here, it'll be 2 years in April. My first 3 weeks on the job, I was in every firehouse probably 3 times, and one of the firefighters said to me, "Gee, boss, you've been in this firehouse more times in the last 3 weeks than, previous, you've been here in the last 3 years or something." Oh my God. And so you walk around and what looks wrong just intuitively. That day I was in Fire Station 5. We've been talking about the exhaust system. The standard is Plymavent. It's one of those things everybody knows. It's a tube. It looks like a dryer exhaust on steroids that hooks up to the exhaust of the pumper engine or the ladder truck or whatever it is, the rolling stock, and goes into this system so the guys don't have to breathe it. That particular day, the Plymavent hose to pumper engine 5 went up to about eye level and was missing a section of hose for about the next 4 feet north, between eye level and the ceiling. And my reaction to that was, call Plymavent right now, stat. I think we went through with Chief Capelli a very thorough process of trying to first quantify and then cost all of the things that were wrong in the fire stations. And we've spent a lot of energy doing this pretty comprehensively. We don't plan to come back in March and say, oh, we forgot, because we think we've got the essence of the critical ones in front of you here. So I don't think we just dreamed it up. We spent a lot of energy comprehensively looking at all of the things that were substandard to get to this meeting tonight. It's not just trying to run around with buckets on rainy days. It's stepping back and looking at it department-wide in all 5 firehouses. One of the shortcomings here is, Fire Station 1 is so bad, we're going to save that for a future time. I think it probably just needs to be replaced. We have the money for that like a hole in the head, but eventually we're going to have to deal with that. And I think for now it's not wrong. In fact, it's right that we address these critical needs, which is why we brought them to you.
If I can add, is that the list is a lot longer. There's a whole bunch more, and we did prioritize. These are things that, the living quarters for the firefighters and staff needs to be taken care of. But the list is longer, so we did prioritize. We could have added more stuff. We will do more process with the bidding and through the CIP of the other things that need to be done. These were the critical issues, and we stopped at these, or the list could have been much longer.
Further questions? Go ahead, Councilman Zapata.
So, and in terms of these, the needs assessment, the standard we're using for, again, the projects, and we're trying to bring it to a level. We're basing the where we need to bring it is based on what. So when we're talking, certain things about our carpeting, when we're talking about the paint that's being used, when we're talking about the flooring that's being used, all of this is based on what standard.
Well, I would say standards of the industry. We've got some departments in Southern California that are borderline prima donna. I can name a couple, but I won't, where they have rules in their employment agreement that they can't pick up a paintbrush thicker than an inch. Well, we don't have any of that going on. Our guys are quite willing to pitch in where they can, and we've got a lot of crafts and trades within the department, and they're willing to help. But, you mentioned carpet. They're out on sometimes gruesome scenes and bringing back blood-borne pathogens and God knows what onto carpet. I think the solution is rip out the carpet and, paint the concrete and live on that. And that's exactly what we did in Station 2, kind of on an emergency basis. Paint. Once it gets to the place where it's peeled off the walls, if you're not painting it on schedule and you're trying to wink and tell yourself you're just painting it, as needed, then really you're never painting it. And so we're just trying to get things to a schedule and to a standard. We don't want the roofs to leak. We don't want the plumbing vent to be faulty. We don't want the kitchens to be functional. And it's not like a kitchen where you're going to, film a TV show. It's a house where people live there 365 days a year. So is stainless necessary? I think it's essential. I mean, we don't want to have, fly-by-night cabinetry and stuff that's going to fall apart with all this use it gets. So I would say, and Chief, correct me if I got it wrong, we're just looking at standards of the industry, trying to meet the minimum of maintenance.
Sure.
So again, because there's been conversation prior about whether we would keep our fire in city or whether we would move to county, and part of the conversation about moving to county was based on necessary fixes. And so I guess my question, to be more specific, are these capital improvements, would they meet the standards of the county? Is that part of the calculus? Or are we not having that in our mindset, and then you're going to come back to us later and say, oh, we need to rip out this tile or rip out this, right? So I guess that would...
We're not foreclosing any options by fixing things in this way. And I guarantee you, if the council ultimately were to decide and the community were to say, gee, we just have to go county, county's not going to run their firefighters out of stations in these conditions either.
No, but that's not. My question was the improvements you're asking for, do they meet the county standards? Because, again, when I'm trying to ask for a standard, you're kind of giving me a general, like, well, you know, you wouldn't live through this, you'd want it. Well, I don't know. What is a firehouse? What is that standard it needs to be? And is that what we're looking at, right? I don't want to spend $1.6 million just kind of ad hoc, and then we find out that it didn't meet these criteria. We just talked about county having such requirements, right? And such, right? They're very restrictive. It has to be this, right? It has to be this type of paint, right? It has to be this level of tile because they bring in toxins. So is that what you brought us here? Does it meet those standards? Because if it doesn't meet those standards, and then you bring to us that it's a necessity to move to county, then what did we just do? And so that's.
I believe it would. Different counties have different rules. Orange County, they have a fire station development guide and facility standards booklet. It's about 4 inches thick. In LA County, the standard they quote is Internal Services Department. And this would meet LA County ISD standards, and it would comport with those. It wouldn't be at county ISD prices, I can tell you, because they tend to build things gold-plated and then coat them in titanium or something. They really spend unbelievable amounts of money. But I think it would meet the standard. And if you look at any LA County firehouse, which they inspect annually with the kind of report you're asking for, that would get these stations to the minimum standard.
One last question? Okay, last question.
A follow-up. So, again, the language really needs to be precise, I think, right? So the capital improvements that are being asked for, do they meet the standard of LA County? Yes or no? Yes. So you're saying
I mean, I would say yes, but we're not guiding our decisions on that. We're just, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it'd be prudent at this point to go, what's LA County want all theirs to be, and do it and think into the future. We want to have, they would just want paint on the wall, tile on the floor, things that aren't broken. I know that for a fact.
This is a real discussion we've been having for over a year, is a possible move to county. So if we're going to spend $1.6 million on capital improvements, we want to make sure that
we will not be doing anything that's not out of what they want in their fire stations. I actually went to the fire stations in LA County, a number of other local departments around, and saw what to do, and they're all pretty much the same. They've modernized to bring down the pathogens, cancer causing things, and they've done those things all the same. Most of all the fire departments have done it throughout the nation, and they're all pretty much standardized. Stainless steel, making sure there's no asbestos, the lead, the paint's proper, there's no tracking of pathogens on your feet, so you have the rolled linoleum on the floors. We would be doing the same as what the standard of the industry is. So yes, I do believe everything that we do here would meet LA County without any extra cost.
Thank you. All right, do I have a motion to approve? Oh, sorry, do you have a question? Go ahead, Councilman Wu.
I know we want to finish the agenda, but okay, I think Council Member Tabai bring out a very interesting scenario regarding we want to fix the substandard living. We're not trying to fix something. I understand the point is are we set it up this for the county? And because we haven't discussed anything about the county. And the thing county haven't give us any number, haven't come over here to present any number to us. So is that is that potentially this is set up for going to county? I think this is what council want. Council want to do is, if you have substandard living, they need to be repaired. And we want to do, we do not want our firefighter living the substandard living and they stay there and do the service for us. We want to treat them fairly, give them something, a toilet, with a nice toilet, and who doesn't want to sit on the nice toilet? I will throw in some bidet, they sit over there so they can enjoy it. So something we need to give, and it's not even expensive. But I think the point is we're not trying to give you this money to set up in the future is potentially go to county. But at the same time, okay, we don't want to waste the money that go $1.6 million. Okay, that's going to be overhauled and throw it away and wasted. Sometimes governments always become a waste. So what the point over here? I think right now I kind of a situation is: are we going to fix this because we need to fix this, or we fix this is potentially we're going to set up this for county? And I don't think that's what council want, because council haven't have any number, any information yet. People always thinking about county, city council already decided. We never decide anything because we don't have any number. Okay, we don't have any information from the county to tell us we'll be saving more money. Okay, by the same time, we really want to improve our and all the fire station and make sure all the firefighters get treated fairness with a standard living condition like their home. Okay, something that is not health hazard. Okay, so maybe city manager can answer my question. We're doing this for the requirement of the capital improvement that is they live in a substandard building. And it's nothing to do with county, that we're going to the county or anything.
That's correct. We're doing these because these conditions are substandard. We want to get them up to standard. Councilmember Tabatabai asked, is it a throwaway if the ultimate decision were to go county? I don't believe it is. I think it would be necessary in either case. But cities that contract with the Consolidated Fire Protection District still above a minimum threshold have to maintain their own buildings anyway and ultimately replace them. So I don't see this as a road leading nowhere. I think it's driven tonight by the need in our existing fire stations, and then they will be our fire stations under either scenario ultimately.
Other questions? Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Tabatabai?
No.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Sorry about that. No.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Passes. Okay. Agenda item 20. Actually, I had a few.
Sit down.
Yeah. I know this holds dear to me. I'm looking at the staff report. It says, I just want to know what we're guaranteed. Are we guaranteed 2 ambulance? And on this, it says, within the breakdown of the hours, that 2 additional dedicated ambulance for the next shift. Is that additional 2, or is it just 2 per shift?
So the objective and the spirit of this is piggyback on what the city manager said earlier is the problem was we were having 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 hours for our paramedics and our ambulance transportation units to leave the hospitals, offloading the patients, and getting back in the field to go to the next call. So the thought process was, let's bring in CARE, who has abundance amount of ambulances, and we can use them to the first 2 transports. They transport for our paramedics, and our paramedics can immediately leave the hospital, and they can stay with the patients, which gives us a chance to have 2 more calls to go to. Due to COVID, CARE itself had over 80 at one point employees with COVID. So they were unable to fill the second ambulance every day. Since the last 7 days, I believe, they've been able to fill 2 ambulances every day for a total of 20 hours.
Now, I know you said, on the staff report that there were several incidents where no ambulance or advanced life support care was available to the city. Do you have the number of how many several incidents that occurred?
No, I just have the ones that were where I've been called, and it's just there's been times we haven't had anybody to go, just nobody available.
Okay, and
county will come with their paramedics, and our fire engine and the paramedics are sitting there with no ambulance because we have the right in the state of California to transport patients in West Covina, so we're required to do it with our 201 rights.
But just to clarify, it's just 2 per shift, right?
2 per shifts from care is what
units.
our dedicated contract is.
It's just on the staff report. It says, but will guarantee 1 during the times identified.
So they can guarantee 1, but they weren't able to guarantee 2 because of their COVID issues. He doesn't know. They don't know if tomorrow they're going to have 100 people out.
So per day, you're definitely only going to have 1 care, but will we push for 2?
And they've been able to fill the 2, like I said, the last 7, maybe about 10 days, I think it was.
And why can't, if there's a contract to guarantee 2, why can't they guarantee 2?
Unfortunately, Mayor, we're in a we have a fire department. We can't even guarantee that we're responding to calls. Unfortunately, I've been a paramedic in the EMS system for over 35 years. I've never seen anything like this in my whole career. Thought I ever would, where you're sitting on the wall for 12 hours with a critical shortness of breath patient not getting care, and it's just I'm sorry, I don't have it.
No worries. And I just wanted to make sure that the cost is only for that 1 guaranteed unit, correct?
Yes, so we're only getting charged for what we have and hours that they're here.
So is it only for the hours? So if we have the second unit that is available halfway through their shift, are they going to inform you, and are we paying them that price?
We're communicating clearly.
And who is making sure that they are double checking that they're on their shift, they are here, and they're in our city?
We've actually added our radio frequency to there, so our dispatch is actually communicating with them, and they're telling them when they're clear from the hospital and when they're available.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Go ahead, Councilman Wu.
Okay, I remember we have 4 paramedics, right? And 1 is broken down. Okay, so we only have 3 in service. Am I right or I'm wrong?
You're talking the actual physical vehicles?
Correct. How many is in service right now? Our, not care ambulance, our ambulance.
So physically right now,
that's in use. That can go.
We have 4 because about 3 weeks ago, we started another paramedic unit. So we put a 4th paramedic unit in service.
We have a 4 ambulance we can send out.
Correct.
So right now we just contract 2. Okay, so we did get 2
private ambulances, yes, which is a total of 6.
We have 6, so we step up, okay, during this pandemic. My understanding is these 2 can reimburse, right?
So the thought is we are going to, and we have already identified this as a COVID-related CARES Act reimbursable item. As this is ever changing and the federal government does what they want, they can decide what they're going to pay for. But it appears that at least the care ambulances, we're even going to put the other paramedic unit on there too, hopefully get reimbursed for that. We're going to put absolutely everything, including paper clips, on the reimbursement.
Yeah, because
they're going to write it down, and they're going to tell us yes, no.
Because currently we just have this surge. We want to help everybody. We need to step up, especially people in distress. So we want to And currently our response time. After we have this care ambulance, can we improve our response time or the wait? How long people call 911? They have some person short of breath, this and that. How soon we can go over there to help them?
Unfortunately, the problem is most of the calls we're going on now are advanced life support where they're not breathing, and many times it needs the fire engine and the ambulance to go to the hospital. So we don't have that fire engine to go, and that's why we have more fire engines than we have paramedic units, because when the paramedic units transport, fire engines back in the district, and they can get there quickly. The problem is they're having to follow up to the hospital too. The patients that would normally just be basic life support, broken arms, maybe a flu or something like that, they're not even going to the hospital. We're allowed to let them say, you know what, you need to call your doctor. Where many years we would take them to the hospital. We just don't have enough. On many days, we're more than double our call volume. More than double. We had one fire engine that put the patient in a car, followed them to the hospital.
Answer my question is how soon the paramedic will show up, and the ambulance will show up. If they call 911, what's the response time? 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and when you show up, you will do a survey. Should we go to the hospital or should we just stay here, quarantine? You have high fever, just take some aspirin or something. So what I'm saying is, now we got 6 ambulance. What's the response time?
It's still up, unfortunately, because of their delay at the hospital.
So 1 hour when people call half hours or
No. We're getting there within the 10, 12 minutes.
So 10, 12 minutes, okay. Ambulance will show up, but it's subject to can they be enrolled into the hospital or not due to their overwhelming COVID situation?
So we had 3 paramedic units, rescue ambulances at 20 calls a day. We've added 1 more paramedic unit for 40 calls a day. So those numbers should be able to explain that, no, we're still not meeting what we need to do during this pandemic. And unfortunately, nobody is in the fire service right now.
Correct.
Hospitals aren't even doing it. I mean,
right now it's just medic. Everything is emergency medical call. Okay.
We're chasing as far as, ideally, I want to put a 5th one in. That would be ideal to help us out more. The problem is we don't have the vehicles to do that. We don't physically have resources that can stay on the street. We try to, and the guys are trying to get them, put them together and work in it, and we could do it. But then you have, how many guys do we have out on COVID? How many guys do we have sick? We're forcing more guys to do work on that, to do this more.
So we have a 2 contract care. Can we increase care to improve the service? So if we need more, can they help? Can care come up?
I think we could, but I think the best for the city is to put in another paramedic unit of our own, because this way we get the care that the patients we're going on need. That paramedic care. Care is just basically 2 guys driving with a gurney. They're not doing the care. They don't have the equipment, the expertise, or the training or certification to actually save your life.
Don't have an oxygen tank?
Well, it's more than an oxygen tank. It's IVs, medications, EKG, sometimes CPAP. It's intubating patients. They don't do that. They're just basic first aid. We're basically using them just to transport the patient for us so we can get our paramedic who's transporting with them back available for the next call. Ideally, if this continues and our numbers change, we're going to have to put a 5th one in for time. And we can shut them down anytime when things start going down. The problem with that is, what's my benchmark? When do I say today is the day we shut it down and then tomorrow we have 50 calls? You know what I mean? So it's very fluid. And the guys are stepping up and doing it, and we're all stepping up trying to make it happen. So,
but if you want to increase the personnel, do we have budget for that? Or this can be reimbursed from the state?
It's likely it'll be reimbursed. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I know better. Through the chair. It's likely we'll be reimbursed for these. I think the rule of thumb I would use is the people that come out from OES FEMA 6 months, a year later, don't remember the exigency of the moment. They don't have no idea what you're dealing with in that time. So it's all about your paper trail, your record keeping, your forms. Are they sufficient? And we just have to be careful not to act like we just won the lottery because it's federal money. We've got to make sure that we're being true to just meeting the need. And we can follow up on the suggestion offered tonight that we look at staffing up even further beyond these that's in this contract. I think we have a duty to do that. Maybe the surge is going to crest again beyond where it is now. So we'll try and be ready.
Record keeping is a major issue we have right now. We have a couple issues with record keeping. We need to have all this paper trail, so we can, apply. We don't want, because changing personnel and the paper disappear and then we're stuck with the bill. So that's what happened currently in some other cases.
Our daily staffing, we actually identify the amount of the staffing that we're utilizing through these units, and we're actually identifying it in the payroll that was a COVID surge unit. Ideally, CARE doesn't help the resources to save patients. They're just a transport unit. They're not there. Ideally, it's the paramedics, the boots on the ground to get there and save a life. That's what we need to be making sure we're doing. CARE ambulance is our Band-Aid. The paramedics is the surgery, if I can give you, a scenario, an analogy there. CARE is great. It's a great thing, help us to get our paramedic back, but we want the paramedic that's going to get there and save a life. CARE is just our Uber, our Lyft, if that makes sense. Uber ambulance, basically, because they're just transporting our guys to get them back to get to the next call that's waiting.
You have a question? Councilman Tabatabai?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How real is this? Could you really share that with the public, this the COVID surge that you're seeing and having to deal with, and just you're on the ground, so I just really think it's important for our residents and for the city to hear from our chief what this is like.
Well, I could tell you some stories. I don't know if you want to do it. I mean, we had one fire engine that was doing CPR on a 40-year-old male that they got pulses and respirations back, but we had no ambulance anywhere, that they lost him again. And they were there waiting almost 40 minutes. I mean, there's nothing we can do. The person had other ailments, and so I can't say it would have made a difference. It may have, but we don't know. We had 2 of our paramedics who transported a deceased body after sitting on it in an ambulance for 3 hours to the hospital. Thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos, they took a patient. They took the deceased body to Queen of the Valley. That's basically against the policies, and this is stuff that the guys are doing. They're doing stuff on the line that is just unbelievable. They're going on patients that are dying in front of their hands that doesn't happen every day, and it's happening every single day. Stories of other fire departments, they're getting 6, 8, 10 cardiac arrests every single day. It's unbelievable out there. Everything you hear on the news about what's going on and community spread and people taking care of themselves is real. 35 years, I've never seen like this.
So, just last, can you, share as the expert, what should we as residents do so we can, relieve, I guess, our emergency system, our hospitals, so we can get a handle on this. And, I know people want to get back to normal, but, hearing from you, we're not there. Can you just share, hey, what do you say we should be doing?
Don't call 911 unless you really need us would be my first thing, because when a fire engine, a paramedic unit is responding to somebody who maybe doesn't need them, that takes away for the next incident that may need them on the other side of town. So if we're down to one paramedic in our 18 square miles and they had to go all the way to the south end for a cough or a cut finger or something, which happens, and now we have a real cardiac need or congestive heart failure or something like that, or seizure, a diabetic episode on the north end of the city, the resources isn't there. And we normally call upon our partners to do it. Well, they're coming, but the ambulances aren't there. They're sitting at hospitals and they're waiting. So don't call 911 unless you absolutely can't do anything yourself. Call your doctor and see what your doctor suggests would be my words of wisdom at this point.
Councilman Wu?
Yeah, I want to follow up, and personal experience about current situation, and during the Christmas should be, enjoying the holiday, and my son really sick, he is a grown man, and he has a high fever, 103, and he just cannot get off the bed, and we are so worried, because COVID, all this, and the high fever, and all the syndrome, but we didn't call ambulance. We went to the urgent care to do a swab, to make sure the disease is, and we wait in the car, and we get a swab is negative. But what I'm saying is this, and the fever continue. So we call the doctor, we could have an urgent care doctor, he's on doctor, and try to monitor the situation, and he really cannot get off the bed for adult man. So meaning this is very severe, and never like this, and for 28 years of, my son. So what I'm saying is this, we didn't use in the hospital because we want to avoid any situation, but we continue to try to go to using the urgent care with the doctor monitor and maybe some antibiotics. So we get a swab second time, and then went to the PRC the third time, and for 3 days, and it's all negative. But he didn't totally recover for 2 weeks. Finally, he can eat and gradually recover. But what I'm saying is this, it's a blessing. He is healthy, but we didn't run to the hospital. We tried to use in the urgent care. We tried to use the family doctor, and you prescribed, and monitor, and the family continue to make sure, he is under control. And now he's recovery. So I want to thank, all the doctor and the urgent care, and we swab, and it's negative. Can you believe it? It's negative of COVID, but it's really, really sick. So, but again, I think the problem is a lot of people, they get a fever, high fever, they're so worried, and they right away run to the emergency room, and they're overwhelming the medical, okay, including okay, so maybe they can try to go to the urgent care or their, like you say, the doctor, okay, and the monitor, okay, to see, and maybe get a swab, okay, and make sure, okay, this is, okay, this COVID or not. So this is my suggestion, okay, from what you say. So maybe people can say, please just don't run to the emergency room, because right now it's just, okay, too much of overwhelming of a medical occurrence system.
I don't want people not to call if they have a need. I definitely want them, if they need us, call us. Call 911 if you're in need. But understand that it may be delay if it's not that emergent or nothing like that. So I don't want to tell people don't call. I want people to call. I want them to get care if they need it. But hopefully we can teach people and educate when an emergency is.
Did anybody else have a question? I had a final question. I just wanted to confirm we are doing our own billing, correct?
Correct. So with this contract, CARE will be forwarding any and all information they get on the transport of the patient, as we will when we first make contact with the patient, and our billing company will continue, Whitman will continue doing the invoicing.
Would you know what the expected revenue would be for that?
Well, I mean, it's anywhere from depending what medical insurance they have, if they have Medi-Cal, Medicare, or the contract prices, or if it's, if they have to pay the full county price, I think is at $2,100 to transport for an advanced life support today.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to just see what the offset of the costs were. But
I mean, with the revenues, let's say for some reason we kept them for the whole 6 months, which I don't anticipate that, and the cost we did, it would be offset with our revenues. Though that's budgeted, it would be covered through that. Yes, I believe.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Who would like to motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Passes. Okay. Now,
I think I say Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Guys, appreciate you. I'll be right over here and anything else.
Okay, thank you. Okay, going to agenda item number 23. Councilman Tabatabai, go ahead.
Yeah, I think yes, and I did. So the changes to the classifications, I was really kind of focused on captain. I noticed one of the changes was it went from 5 years of fire experience to 5 years of fire experience inside the city of West Covina. And so I was hoping you could explain the rationale there. And secondly, a concern would be not having the ability to staff that. Let's say we had some retirement or people leave, and is that something to be concerned about, whether or not we would have enough firefighters with 5 years in the city of West Covina versus how we had it before, where it was just 5 years of experience?
So basically what we did was we looked at all of the job descriptions, and they were not consistent. Some were missing things that were vital. Basically, we just streamlined them all. The HR department, fire department, went through each and every one of them. We just basically made them streamlined and all basically the same. Engineer and captain definitely need to be identified that they are in-house promotional, because they're very vital, important positions that you have to know the policies and procedures and how we do business here, how the West Covina way of doing business. And it just cleaned it up. It just made it sound right the way it should be. We don't do lateral. We've never done a lateral for engineer or captain. Captain's the one you're discussing. So it just needed to be cleaned up the way it should be in the beginning. It was just left out. A lot of things were left out on a lot of the flyers when whoever developed them, whenever they were developed.
So then, in your experience, then you're saying there wouldn't be a concern about leaving, I guess, a person, right? Not having enough personnel, right, to fill that captain.
Very confident that would never be the issue.
Okay.
Any other questions? No? No motions to approve?
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Maybe. Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion approves. Okay, so number 25, item number 25, Councilman Tabatabai, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Ms. Tran. So I had a question. So this adjustment and position, could you take us through the rationale for this pay adjustment and this assistant finance director job?
Sure. Good evening, council members, mayor. I worked with the finance director to look at the assessment and also city manager of the finance department, and there was a need for having an assistant finance director versus there's other positions also in the department that we attempted to recruit, accounting manager and so forth, and it wasn't going to work out. But looking at the department overall and the needs of the department, it was most appropriate to bring in an assistant finance director. So looking at that position, we looked at what was it currently and did a little survey going out there to ensure there's competitiveness and to ensure that we could recruit the best person to come into the organization and really assist the city's fiscal condition. So that was how we proposed the job spec. It was minor updates and the salary that was proposed.
Any other questions? No? Would like to motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Now to agenda item 27. This is Councilwoman Diaz. Go ahead. Councilwoman Diaz? Hi.
I had a question regarding the why is it that he didn't go with the lower bid? We decided to spend almost $100,000 more on the bid that they chose.
Good evening, Councilwoman Diaz. This is Mike Cressa, Public Services Superintendent, Mayor, Council members. Good evening. The reason that we recommended to not use the low bidder is we felt that they did not have the experience in municipal work. In this contract, there's the largest portion of this contract is our police department. That's where we need the most service. There's extensive background checks, times, things they need of that nature. They'd only worked for one municipality, and that was for the city of Lake Elsinore. And they only did park restrooms there. They only cleaned park restrooms, so they didn't really have the municipality experience in indoor facilities and things like the police station. It's a small company with a very limited staff, and we just didn't feel that they would be able to meet the city's needs. So that's the price was very good, but when it came to the experience, we just felt it wasn't there.
Is there, Councilman Wu?
Okay, I want to follow up, Councilwoman Diaz regarding, the one you pick, $100,000 more. What kind of experience they have? They are using currently? We are using them.
We've been using them for the last 5 years. Contacting our police department before we went out, talking to everyone. They've been happy with their service. They have supervisors we've been able to contact. Our facility managers, each facility has a manager that oversees the maintenance, and there's been contact there, and we have had open access to the owner as well. So we very rarely have had to escalate to the owner, but they've been able to communicate. They meet our needs. They've done a great job at the police station with staffing and everything we need there, so that's why we recommended them.
I understand, but $100,000 kind of dip during our budget crunch currently. And I really have a problem to pick somebody is $100,000 more, to clean up, the facility. So, can we have a chance to rebid for somebody and look around a different provider to see we can get a fair chance to get a better bid, rather than we still stick with somebody's very high price?
Obviously, we can always rebid, Mayor. We can always rebid.
Councilman.
I'm sorry, Councilman Wu. I apologize. Have it. Sorry, Mayor. In our experience, the last time this was done, I was not in charge of this, but when this was done in 2015, around that time, we went with the low bid. We went with a company that was very close. It was called Golden Bell. It was very close to the other price. They were not able to meet our needs. We were not able to get people for PD. It just did not work for the city. And then we really got into a problem because replacing them and getting somebody in there was really a problem. So our experience has been that, yes, we want fair market value, and trust me, in my department, funds are always an issue, and we've all had conversations here. We don't take it lightly. If we felt that the $90,000 lower bid would get the job done, we would have said yes, but I don't believe we will get much better of a bid.
Okay, I got it. Do we have urgency to approve this tonight? Do we have time to look into some other option? Because this is a pretty deep for $100,000 difference. Okay, and we have time, right? So I think we need to look into it to see some other option. If we talk about $10,000, $20,000. Better service, but $100,000, that's a lot of money. Okay, go ahead.
Councilman Wu, I just would like to state that obviously we can definitely rebid it, but the contract is about to expire, so we would need a motion to go month to month at our current rate, or continue to do what we can so we can keep our janitorial while we bid the process.
I had a question. Why don't we? How come we don't have our own in-house maintenance to clean? It's janitorial.
I think it comes down to cost. Labor for us is more expensive than it is in a contract. Obviously, there's lots of discussions about contract employees and in-house employees. In the financial report, long-term liability is the main cause. So before my time, I think things have transitioned that way because to get rid of the long-term liability. So I think that has been the main purpose for it. It's not. It definitely is possible to do, but for $244,000, I think the chief and all the needs of the police department, it would be hard to fill, and then there would be other costs as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
So basically, to summarize that, it's the pension costs that come with in-house.
Yeah, and obviously, I'm speculating on, and I'm a longtime employee. I've been here for almost 20 years. I do not recall us ever having in-house cleaning. We've always contracted out janitorial. I'm just speculating to what I think the thought was and why they went contract. And if I go contract anywhere, that usually is some of the thought behind it.
That makes sense. Yeah. Now my question about Alvarez Enterprise Services: what was when they came to me? What did they have to say in terms of their plan? Did they have a plan? Did they say this is how we're going to do it? We've got a contingency. We've got like 4 backup people in case someone's sick, or did they go in depth into any kind of?
That is where your question hit. The question you just asked is what you hit the nail on the head. They were not able to answer what to do in case of emergency. If somebody goes down, if somebody isn't able to cover PD, if somebody should get COVID, those things. And in some places you can bring anybody in, but when it comes to the police department, you can't just bring anybody in. They have to be vetted. They have to go through the background and then get approved to go in there. So that was the main detractor and why we didn't go with them.
So they were basically just stumped and staring at you?
No, they didn't stare, but
in essence, kind of like.
Yeah, obviously they said that they will do whatever they have to do to get the job done. They did say that, but they did not have an outline plan of what they would do in that scenario. And that is the question that really, sat with us, with the committee. It was community services and maintenance together. And, we were looking at it from both standpoints. We're looking at what the community centers need. We'd reached out to PD beforehand and done that. So there wasn't a thorough there was not a thorough answer to that. And, they definitely have an understanding of janitorial services. There was no question there. There's obviously no question also that they would work hard for us. It was just a question of, do they have the resources to do what we need to do, and what will they do if that situation arises?
United Maintenance has like excess staff, or are they large enough to weather that kind of stuff?
Well, they work in city. Excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off, sir. They work in a number of municipalities. LA City being the biggest. They have contracts in LA City, and we've never, in the 5 years, we've never had an issue with staffing. If we have a problem, if we've had a problem with someone we need to switch out, they've been able to replace them instantly. So, we have not had that issue.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Wu.
Thank you. Okay, I'm here long enough. Okay, 2018, we lay off 22, public worker. They're working for us, including all the places, cleaning up, this and that, 22%. I totally disagree that time, 2018 budget. And how much we save? We save about $180,000 for 22 people, because a lot of funding is come from major A, gas, and the tax. So what I'm saying is this, and now we're spending that much of money, $1 million, to clean up all these things. And we can easily, that time, so what I'm saying is that sometimes all these public work staff is very important to us, I think possible cheaper, because we have some other funding we can pay their salary. That's why I remember back in 2018 budget. So I really have a problem to kind of waste this money into, and clean up, facility. I think we should look some option, and see if we can have saving during this, budget crunch, and so we talk about currently we really understaffed on the public work, the orange people, with the orange shirt, they are hardworking people, and I don't know, we can hire some people back due to we can use in some, and we are suffering right now because we don't have enough service. Am I right? I think we talk our one-on-one, we are talking about we are currently under service due to we don't have enough staff.
Councilman Wu, I just want to remind you, as far as the orange shirts go, I'm out there with them every day. I work sewers, I work with them, I work side by side with them on all things. We do need more orange shirts. We do, I hope in the budget process to propose to you ways to get more orange shirts out there. In this instance, I do want to let you know, though, that this is strictly general fund money. This is not, most of our services in our public works department comes out of gas tax, sewer tax, things of that nature. This is strictly general fund. So just so you are aware. We have no problem RFPing, just wanted to let you know.
Other questions?
Can you, so the janitorial requirements for the police station is I'm sure very specific, and there are certain things, certain expertise needed to deal with the police station versus other buildings. Is that what I'm?
It's not expertise in the duties themselves. It's the background required, because obviously we can't just let anybody into a police station. So vetting the person to come in and make sure that they do not have a prior history or do things like that. So they're very tight who they allow in the police station. But the duties themselves are very similar to what we do in other areas.
And then I do understand that none of these prices include services for special sanitizing for COVID-19.
They do not. We discussed adding those, but the concern was how much would the increase be? Budget is, we do have to remain in budget here, and those are things, we want to stay within budget, and we thought the cost would be exorbitant. So, and that's kind of the gist we got from the contractors. That being said, this contract does leave opening to negotiate and do things of that nature. So this is a PSA. If we needed to negotiate some sort of special cleaning, things of that nature, we could do it. We also are looking at other alternatives. I think one of the speakers spoke about, UV systems for HVAC systems. Last week, I was on a meeting with a company that does, that has systems that suck air in, UV, disinfect, and then send it into the HVAC. So we are trying to look at other options and see what are feasible. We've been contacted by people that will come in and spray and do things like that. It's just whether it's cost effective or not.
Yeah, just last one. So in the talks with Alvarez, did they have the capability to sanitize for COVID-19 and things like that? Was that part of their capacity, or?
They did not call out any special disinfectant other than the other agencies for for that. They would be the standard chemical, things like that. They provide all that. Everything was identical between the three companies that we interviewed. So there was nothing, they didn't have anything different or specify anything different.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilman Wu.
I want to make motion to table this, and maybe further to investigate and maybe have a bid to see, some other company could provide a better service and better pricing. I think $100,000 more, I think in that current our situation is pretty tough. So this is my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Councilmember Tabatsbai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz? No. Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Passes.
And so, Mike, that means we're going to go month to month pending further investigation, right?
That was going to be my question and recommendation to you, that you just direct the city manager to execute an extension month to month until we return.
When they expire?
The new contract was February 1st, so I'm imagining it's the end of January.
January 31st, 2021 will expire.
So we go to month?
Yeah.
So we want to make a motion?
I'll just take your direction if you don't. I don't need a motion.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement.
Okay, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm here for the next item as well.
Yeah, you are. It's our last and final item, item number 28. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So about the tree contract, what's being requested is an increase from 485 to 785. I guess I'll start from just saying, what can we do to kind of highlight to the community what our different landscape contractors do? That's one area where I've struggled to understand. Maybe I could go out with you one day. Well, let me ask you this. What kind of contract enforcement do we do? Because that's, even before my time on council, that's one of the things that I've noticed that there's concern over from the community in the different landscape maintenance districts. What kinds of things do we do to make sure that the workers that we hire, because these contracts are massive, what do we do to make sure that they're there on time, they're not taking excessive breaks, really doing what they're supposed to, and not leaving early, things of that nature?
Well, in the case of this contract, it's piecework. It's per item. It's a per item cost. There's a cost for trimming a tree, and we pay a certain amount for trimming that tree. I don't know it off the top of my head, but for a grid trimming, it's about $60 some in that range. And what we do is we send them lists. They confirm to us. We have a lot of emergency work, so if something goes down, a lot of the contract is emergency work. It could be removals, things of that nature. We send them a list of what needs to be removed, and then we follow it up. What we do is we monitor every month. We get our bills, and we confirm it's there. We double check with Arbor Access to make sure it matches, and do those things. That's how we track it. We have a contract coordinator that's his responsibility, and that's what he does. We have plenty of tree work in the city of West Covina. I mean, it's endless. It's one of the tree work and graffiti is where the busy, what we handle the most. So
we have someone who goes to verify that the work's been done and done like properly, not, for lack of better terms, half-assed.
Very correct. Very correct. We do have someone that does that. We have a very specific scope, how the trees are supposed to be trimmed, how a grid is done, not to be topped. It's pretty, it's standard for the industry, and it's pretty specific on what it is. So that is all there, and we do have somebody doing that, yes, that goes out and handles for that. In good times, when things were, there was one person that just did that his job was just the tree contract. Now we are a little bit more diversified and trying to do as much as we can. So it's not 100% one person, but we do have somebody that monitors it regularly. And we are very reactive. We're making sure bus routes aren't hitting trees. We're making sure, we're trying to make residences, we're trying to take care of resident issues as much as we possibly can. It's a lot of work, and it is a large cost. And we do have West Coast Arborists here in case you want to ask them any questions as well. But I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it definitely does. I mean, at least partially. Do all of our landscaping contracts work in the same fashion?
Yes.
Work?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, there's a very specific scope in that, and I'm more than happy to take any council member out and show them what we do. We are broken up into different areas. We have land maintenance districts. We have citywide. There's a wide variety of things that play into that. We can also work on, doing a presentation for council on what the land maintenance districts are, what contractors do what. I mean, that's something, obviously, we want to educate the public. We're here to do a service, and it's my goal to get to everyone. So
I think we definitely should do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be, I think, helpful, useful for not only all of us up here, but for the community as well.
Yeah.
There's always been that, at least for me, kind of like an air of mysticism and just not knowing really details. So definitely I'll take you up on that offer.
Okay.
Going with you, but also finding the easiest way to get us that intel.
it's okay with the council. We'll try to get that back in about a month. Maybe not the next meeting, but a month. Go from there. If you want it sooner, let me know. We'll jump on it. But the other thing that I was going to state before you have any questions for West Coast Arborist, or if you have any other questions, just remind that this budget amendment was done in October, and this money was appropriated. It's citywide money. It's not general fund money. The money has already been appropriated, so we're not asking for additional money. The money was already appropriated. We are just asking to increase the contract so we can do the work. The plan is to take this $300,000, hit our major arterials, hit the dead trees at some that are on hillsides that haven't been touched for a long period of time, and definitely make this money put to good use. Things that we can see with our eyes, that we can tangibly go, okay, we've improved our city and done that. So that's the goal with this money. And as soon as it's approved, that's something that we're going to work with West Coast Arborists and come up with a plan and do that. And in the city manager's report, when those things are done in those areas, we'll put pictures up and show what was done with that.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for that clarification about where this is coming from the budget. And definitely, I'd like to invite West Coast Arborists to the mic.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Do you have questions? Go ahead.
My question will be, again, the budget. You say, okay, all this increase $300,000 from citywide. Okay, where is budget coming from?
Well, the citywide is the citywide maintenance district is tax dollars collected, and there's
okay, it's a district. Okay, different district.
Correct.
So I know we have about 6 districts. Okay, and but north side, and north side 2 or 3, and the south side 3. Okay, it's each district. So this is basically district. Okay, for their money. So we're using the district like a homeowner association. They're paying from their taxes. Okay,
correct.
They collect a certain amount. Okay, now we're using that amount as like homeowner association. That we become like homeowner association. We take their taxes for like $2, $4. Okay, every year, every month. Okay, and we accumulate for their district and for their clean up for their tree in that location.
That is correct.
So this basically is not from the general fund, but this still is district money from the taxpayers' money. What I'm saying is this. Okay, this $300,000 right now we're going to approve. Which district is this? Okay.
Well, this is citywide maintenance district, so this is the entire city.
Entire 6 district will increase this $300,000. Okay, because the increase of the labor fee or something.
No, it doesn't have. No, it's not part of their labor fee. This is the city manager approached me and said, because we have a fund balance that we want to increase. We want to increase this. So there was money in this account. So it's money that was sitting in reserves. We wanted to increase it to do this, to improve the city.
So basically, using this money that's sitting over there, we have a lot of tree issue, the overgrown tree. Because right now, I understand currently we are 7-year cycle, right?
8-year cycle, actually.
No, he knocked his head. It's 7 years. 7 years. Because once upon a time in 2016, 17, I want to increase. I think we talk. Okay, we want to become 5-year cycle due to the tree is really overgrown, and 7 years is like way too long. Okay, and you remember, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, we have a major wind, and the situation, Temple City, Arcadia, San Marino, the tree collapsed like crazy, and a lot of people don't have power for 2 weeks, remember? Okay, and that's because tree issue. They have to trim the tree. And we have a similar situation. Our tree is overgrown like crazy. That's why at that time I request 5 years. Okay, and I think that time the owner is Patrick, right?
Andy and myself.
you sell it over here talking about, okay, and I think that time we get some kind of good price, but that's a while ago, okay, and then but we get turned down, still go back to 7 years.
Yes, there was some debate going back and forth between 5 and 7. Council decided on 7. Just here in this recent year, they pushed it to 8, I believe for budgetary reasons. And that's kind of confusing. Are we pushing the 7-year cycle a year, or are we making it an 8-year cycle? That's the confusion with us as the company of the direction that the city's going in. So is it we're just keeping the 7-year, but because this year we didn't have enough money to do what we needed to do, we're pushing it an additional year to get those 7 grids done. And then after we've gone through the whole cycle, we continue on the 7-year cycle. That's the question that I have today.
Do we have money for 7 years? Okay, city managers, okay, or because I remember 7 years, even I feel like it's way too long, okay, because the tree grow like crazy, okay, and 7 years, okay, and because liability issue, the tree collapse, this and that, and plus, okay, they become a fire hazard, okay, so okay, I don't know, okay, when become 8 years, I'm kind of confused over here. You want to explain to us?
Through the chair, and Mike's going to come up and help me. We were just looking for dollars this year, and then this item was advanced to you because this is a fund that has a fund balance, and we decided fund balance is doing our residents no good. It's for this specific purpose. It can only be used for this purpose, so we should get it in the ground. I think we'd prefer to be on a 7-year if the money will get us there, so let's just make that our goal. What we're seeking tonight is the appropriation for the $300,000 so we can get the contractor going.
If we give this 300,000, the so-called the money sitting over there, how many tree we can trim? Okay, how many okay potential hazardous tree that will be really taken care? Do we need to know how this money spent? How much of a return we can see? How many tree? We want to know where this money goes.
Well, there's a lot of different factors when it comes to trimming. When it comes to just grid trimming, so a street tree that needs to be trimmed, 300,000 would get us probably 4,000 trees, approximately. Around
$66 per tree on the grid trimming price. So
that being said, in this case, there are down trees on hillsides. There are trees that need to be removed. We have a long list of trees that are liability, and we're going to attack those as well. So it will not be all grid trimming because we do plan to take care of some of our problems.
So if you're talking about taking care of the tree, we have a dead tree and fallen tree right over here outside the city hall. Every time I went through, and the 10th freeway, you can see that big chunk of roof, right there, and it's been how many years haven't been removed? It look horrible, and the potential fire hazard too. Why they have been removed? It makes city look really not a good image.
Councilman Wu, there is no disagreement. If we had our druthers, we would be at a 3-year trim cycle. That would reduce our liability. That would keep.
I understand. I'm talking about fallen tree. I'm not talking about the tree still alive. I'm talking about the dead tree right there, with a root sticking out to the freeway. Then you go in through the freeway 10, you see our city hall, and then you see that tree, a trunk. It's right there lying on the hill, for a long, long time. I think I mentioned to the city manager, I said, when we're going to beautify the hill. The library people talking about, they let the tree, but we need to make sure the tree and all the one cover should look nice. Right now, it's just nothing but dirt. So, and this is our face. This is outside our city hall.
Understood. I understand. It comes down to funding. We're trying to get through the year, and we're trying to make sure that we can take care of our emergencies.
How much to put the ground cover, put some seed, and they will grow itself. Why we talking about we have a major something very expensive? It's ground cover. I have a hill. I put ground cover. And they have the dead tree over there, and we're talking about the dead tree over here in front of your face. Why that thing never been removed? And then I think you saw it, right? You see right there. So I don't know. It's just for decoration, or purpose. That's kind of weird. So maybe it's an art piece.
Do you have any other questions? I have. Okay.
I think the questions that I had really had to go to the transparency piece. And for residents, here at the council, we're discussing, when were trees last trimmed, right? Which districts are scheduled for trimming, which trees have to be removed. And so, I believe arboraccess.com has a list of every tree and when they were last trimmed and when they're scheduled. And I think for residents and the council as well to have access to know, your tree is in 6 months is due to be trimmed, and that can relieve maybe some of the stress. Or this tree's set to be removed, and there'll be a new tree planted, and things like that. So residents, like you said, can see what we're doing. We're doing that work. We are taking care of our trees. We are set to. We know, we see it, right? We're not ignoring it. We see it. So will we, get access to that type of information for residents?
Once you pose the question, we reached out to West Coast Arborists to find out if that's a possibility to give access to the public. I think we need to have more conversation about it, how it'll work, what we're going to do, and definitely look into that further, and we will follow up on that as well.
I had a question. As you know, I've been in contact with you for the past few weeks because of different residents concerned regarding the city trees. So you probably don't know that we had one resident that had the tree that literally was already falling on the sidewalk. So any residents that had to walk through had to go on the street and go through. That tree per se wasn't on the cycle, and then budget was a concern. And then we had another resident who had just overgrown trees that pretty much broke the fencing. So we have a lot of these issues with the trees that would need to be maintained that they're not part of their cycle. Or is this going to be addressed? Is there going to be guaranteed funding for that? Because I really don't want to tell residents, well, your tree's not in the cycle. Thank you. You have cleared it. The residents are happy that it was taken care of, but that is my concern for future, for other trees that are out there that is in need.
To be clear, are you asking about this $300,000?
Yes.
We're going to take care of as much as we possibly can. We're going to utilize it to the best of our ability and take care of all those as many hazards and things as we can. I can't tell you that we're going to get to all of them. I can't tell you that. As Mayor Pro Tem brought out earlier, there's a lot of different factors, a lot of different funding sources. MD4s, trees are a completely different issue than citywide trees. In this case, MD4 hillside trees will not be touched by this $300,000 because it's for citywide. So there's just a lot of factors that play into it.
Okay, thank you.
So since we're talking about $300,000 possible $66 per tree, we have how many trees? 3,000?
In the city?
We're talking about how many trees? 3,000?
We have 26,000.
4,000 trees. So we are going to trim 4,000 trees. How you trim it? You trim it to the, very short, or you just trim it a little bit, and how you identify which tree need to be trimmed. Some trees really, overgrown the top, potentially, hazardous collapse to the house for the, so how you identify and how the resident of us can know, all these 4,000 trees that have been trimmed.
Each tree will be treated differently, obviously. Some trees need more than others. If it's a low-hanging tree, we'll do a raise and crown cleaning. If it's something that's way out of shape, we'll do flag pruning back to the shape. So it all depends on the specific tree, but as they're going, they'll identify what the tree needs, and then they'll apply that type of pruning to the tree. So it's not just we do one little thing to one and leave the rest.
As I remember in 2017, right? You guys have a presentation over here for when we renew your contract previously. And I remember you told us, each tree you identify, you have a label, you know which tree this and that, so you can go with the cycle. So really, you identify 20,000 trees in West Covina. Each tree, you know what's going on, when they have been. So you label each of tree. That's why I remember the.
Yes, we have a very accurate GPS inventory that was given a level 1 tree risk assessment in the beginning. And that consulting arborist put all that information into Arbor Access to where it will tell you if this tree needs immediate needs, whether it needs immediate removal, whether it needs just routine pruning. So all that information is in Arbor Access for your viewing. So
you still have all those database. You still have all those information.
Yeah, that's all in Arbor Access.
So that is a public record, so we can get into to see
whoever the city
is your trade secret, or we have access to see what our city tree or which tree you get between 3,000-4,000 trees. So this area tree, will be identified between this area tree and this tree number 3. How many trees have been trees? So we have a report from you. The money well spent, then we report to taxpayer. Oh, you guys have been paying taxes. This is something have been performed.
Yes, all of those reports and queries are available through Arbor Access. Staff can pull them for you. If you request them from us, we can pull them for you and send them to you. We can, train staff on if they need training on how to pull all of these types of reports. The recommended removals that we did originally, whether to poorly structured or dead, those are all in the system. And back to your question, Madam Mayor, where you said, well, what if the tree is not in that grid? I'd like to explain when we referred this program over to the city, because it's the best way to maintain the trees is on a grid program because you're touching them regularly, just kind of like on a cycle. We kind of warned the city that because the city was so ill-maintained throughout the years, they got really behind, and the whole city was in pretty much disarray. We need to get caught up. So the city decided to go with this grid program, but we haven't completed the whole 7-year cycle yet. I think we're 3 or 4 years into it, so we haven't got that other 3 grids. And those are probably the areas of complaints that you're getting because we haven't gotten there yet. So how we address those is on a one-on-one basis, like you said, a resident calls and the call comes into Mike. He will put that on an immediate service request. He'll go out and qualify the complaint and say, yeah, this resident has a legitimate complaint. Let's put it on a service request list, and we take care of that individual tree to hold them over until their point of service. So we're going to have those challenges up until we complete the whole 7-year cycle and we go through the whole city. We haven't got there quite yet. We haven't completed it. So that was.
So when you trim the trees, would they last until the 7th cycle? And the reason why I ask, I remember I had the palm tree, and it's not cheap when they cut it. So I remember one of them said, well, if we just leave 3 little leaves, at least it'll save you to a little longer instead of having to keep.
That's a yes or no question. It'll give you maybe an extra 3 or 4 months, but it's not going to give you years to complete the next cycle. Palm trees are what's called cycle busters. Usually most cities go on an annual. They separate all their palms, and I think we do that for you on the Lark Ellen, the Workman, and all the palms around the mall there. We do those annually for you. Some of them that are remaining in the neighborhood, they don't because they just get done on the regular grid program, which is scheduled for 7 years. So that is a challenge, and we could obviously adjust that and make all the palms citywide annually. That's an easy fix. We just put them on the annual grid cycle for palms. So now back to your question, is 7 years? That you're really tethering on the edge there. Most cities use 5, and I believe that's where this city was going back and forth between 5 and 7, and then they decided to go with the 7. I wouldn't recommend any more than that. Then you're kind of defeating the purpose of that maintenance thing. So, but yeah, we haven't gone through the whole 7 year. Once we do that, we can assess to see where we're at the completion of that. And at the beginning of this, what I did is I went into the city, because we've been working for the city for probably over 20 years, and we have work history for all of the trees. So I went into the city and I pulled all this work history, and the ones that were the longest that had attention, I started there first and in those grids. So I kind of looked at it, assessed it, and said, okay, these are the trees that are most likely going to need the work the quickest. And so we started in those grids and kind of pushed the other ones that had more recent work history towards the end of the 7-year cycle. So we could try to eliminate a lot of these complaints or challenges that we were having to get them all completed in time.
Well, I was just wondering, I know certain trees require maintenance. Certain trees grow at a rapid pace compared to others, and I'm not sure how your grids work, but if there's a grid that pretty much doesn't really need much maintenance, is that just a wasted thing, or will they also consider the others or expand that grid? How many grids do we have?
I'd have to pull up the exact number, and I can get that to you after I get into Arbor Access. But most trees, 5 years, with the exception of the ones that I call cycle busters, and I can, off the top of my head, I can name some palms, Chinese elms, Brazilian pepper trees, that sort of thing. But like Canary Island pines, they'll for sure go 7 years, 5 to 7 years. So as an kind of an average, that's why we recommend like 5 years as a grid cycle, and you kind of address all your problems. You're going to have a few that kind of stand out that grow a little bit more rapidly that you won't be able to get 5 years out of, but you put those on like a little separate grid of their own to address that, maybe trim those every 2 or 3 years. But the system is set up to where you can customize it any way you see to address the problems that you're having with these more frequent trimming cycles.
I just want to make sure that it is customized to our city needs. So I don't know if you've already looked at patterns there, but if that can be taken into consideration to customize those needs.
Yeah, we have with the palms, and we're doing those annually, with the exception of the neighborhood palms. But if at staff's request, I can also add those onto the annual cycle for palms.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellano.
Thank you. Make a note real quick. You've been working with our city since '97, is that right?
Long time, and even before that with a prior contractor, okay. Me personally.
And were we ever at a 3 to 5 year cycle? Or I know we were at a 5, but were we ever at a 3?
No.
When we were at a 5 year, was that adequate, or was that still lacking?
As far as I can remember, we never completed that. You know, we even back 20 years ago, I remember when we were put on a cycle, we would start it, and then something would come up, like either budget issues or other reason, a change of staff or council that wanted to go a different direction. It was always, changing. So I don't think we've ever actually gone through a full cycle once we've got it started. I think with this one here is the closest that we've actually come to, getting to the end of that 7-year plan that we've got in place.
Even with that, I think we've seen just from recent experience that even that is still lacking. So the bigger point I'm making is kind of what Mayor Lopez-Viado touched on, which is I think we need to reassess what that is, and kind of what she mentioned, that if there's certain trees that even though they haven't been touched in a long time, but let's say hypothetically they're fine regardless of the fact that it's been the longest since they've been touched, maybe we skip them. Or more importantly, I mean, maybe we just take a different approach, because it seems like this is the game that we're never going to catch up on. Now, in your experience in other cities, do other cities face these same problems, or are there some cities that just simply don't have this problem, and if so, why?
In my experience, the cities that stick with their plan religiously, they're very successful. I can name a couple. City of Ontario, they were putting out fires for many, many years, and they had a budget of, I believe, about $150,000. Was very inadequate to maintain their city. They were getting thousands of resident calls for service requests, and they decided to go onto the program, and they were documenting everything. And so after we went through, and I believe they're on a 5-year cycle, they went through the city for full years. They stuck to their program. They did it. And then the following year, they came out and they were assessing. The calls went down drastically. Their customer service was improved, and they had less claims. So, years going forward, when people were asking to cut their budget, find cuts in their budgets, they decided to leave the tree budget alone because in the long run it was saving them tons of money. In the short term it works by cutting the tree budget, but then you get behind, as West Covina did many years ago, and they stopped trimming the trees, and then fast forward 5, 6, 7 years, we've got this mess, this crisis that now we're trying to figure out how to maintain it. So I would recommend the city stay the course and stay with the 7-year. Let us complete it and then look at it. And to the mayor's concern, put these cycle busters on their own little grid and address the ones that aren't cycle busters, but we just haven't got to on a service request basis. Like when residents call and say, hey, my tree needs trimming, staff will go out, qualify, yes, it does, put it on a separate, a list of 10 trees that we need to go out and get done immediately, take care of those, and put out those little fires as we get caught up on these. I believe we've got 3 more grids to complete for the 7-year cycle.
How much does a palm tree cost to service?
Well, in the grid price, it would be, I believe it's $66.
To clean it up, the really massive ones?
Yeah, I mean, they're all clean because they've been trimmed annual. So when we go up there, we're trimming just 1 year's growth and then pulling the frass off so that doesn't peel off. So when you run into a palm that hasn't been trimmed for 10 years, now you got a problem. But I don't think you have that issue here in West Covina unless it's some outlier that nobody knew about or was missed in the inventory or some kind of weird thing like that.
Is it ever advantageous to completely eliminate some of these cycle busters, in your experience?
Yes. Some of the trees that are very invasive, City of Duarte is now, I guess, doing away with their ficus trees, the ones down, I guess it's Huntington Drive. As they go away or the need to remove, they're not replacing them. They're replacing them with something else.
Or that's more easily maintained.
Yes.
Is there opportunity for that?
And less invasive on the hardscape because they were having major problems. And we can always assist you with our consulting arborist to help you with those plans also when we find those issues here.
I think we should look at that. Is that something you could help us assess?
Absolutely.
Now, would that come at a cost, or is that something that, based on the relationship we've shared?
Yeah, it depends to the extent. Like if you want a citywide another citywide level 1 tree risk assessment, it would come at a cost. And sometimes it's not that expensive. Sometimes it runs $2 to $3 per tree to do something like that. And what it entails is a consulting arborist, probably the same one that did the initial inventory. Here we are 4 or 5 years later, just redoing that. They go by and they do a walk by. They look at the tree, they reassess it, identify any kind of problems or any kind of structural issues with the tree, and then they update the inventory. Now, that being said, we are also doing that while we are maintaining the trees. Our personnel that are trimming the trees are certified tree workers. So when they're up there working, they identify a problem, a broken limb or a dead tree or something. They're going to notify it through the system and through staff that, hey, this tree needs major attention now. You need to address this. This is the problem. They take a photo of it. They hang it in Arbor Access so you can actually see the problem from your computer or your mobile device, and then you can make the call on the run. Like if they were trimming out tonight and they said they see something, Mike would get an email that, hey, this tree needs to be addressed. He could go into Arbor Access, open up that address, and he could see the problem of the tree, and then he could make the call, yeah, go ahead and remove it, or go ahead and take care of it.
Sounds like the capability's there, so that's something I definitely want us to explore, because this sounds like a perpetual problem we'll never get caught up to.
Mm-hmm.
I actually would like to see a full presentation of all this, because as more you're explaining, the more questions we are having, including the grids and what it is. It's hard for me to give this additional money when I don't know if we have to reassess or change anything. But that is my thoughts on that. But go ahead, Councilman Wu.
Yeah, and I agree. I remember you guys did a very good presentation, and it's very impressive. Okay, but I just don't understand. okay, for the 5 years, okay, we debate 7 years and 5 years. So meaning never stop paying at least 7 years. So when you say we are disarray, okay, we in trouble, we cannot cut up, okay, with all the tree overgrown. So I'm kind of confused because if you are working with us for 20 years, and I remember during my time for 5 years, it's always, okay, I want 5 years, but due to I don't have a vote and budget issues, so it becomes 7 years. So 7 years are going on, okay, and why we right now way behind?
Well, there was a few years there that the budget got cut so drastically. I remember Mike Wallach, one of your ex-employees here, he was out there trying to make ends meet with a pickup because he didn't have the funds to be able to maintain it all.
What year is that?
Pardon me?
What year is that? 2000?
It was prior to 2017. It was back 250.
Oh, the behind already.
Oh yeah, no.
It's 2010. 2010 already behind.
You guys are on a good track right now. Just stay the course. We're almost there, and I don't know where the complaints are that the trees are overgrown, except for in the grids that we haven't got to yet. Okay, so
they just say we have a lot of overgrown tree. You are way behind. You try to catch up. You just stated. Okay, so I just follow what you say. And
no, we're just
5 years. You haven't caught up. Okay, the behind. Okay.
I think you misunderstood. What I was saying is we're trying to get caught up to get through the whole cycle. We are on schedule as far as
we are okay right now.
Oh yes, we are on track. We are trimming 1 grid per year. We have trimmed 4 grids in the last 4 years, and so we've only got 3 left to do to complete your 7-year cycle. Once we get that, then I think you're going to be cruising.
I hope so because, okay, I drive around, I see the trees like overgrown. Possible you tree and they grow back again. So, okay, so because they grow fast. I have a lot of tree and they grow very fast.
Do you have some examples of the overgrown trees or some areas of the overgrown?
You go into the hillside on the top, okay, you can see a lot of people complaining on top of our city area between the home. And you can see a lot of tree over there. It's a huge tree. Okay, and you go to south side. Okay, you see
these are in the grids. I think these are.
That's what we need to make clear now. The hillsides are not part of the grid trimming.
So it's a district.
Yeah, it's a maintenance district, and those are separate issues. At Shadow Oak, we had the problems last year. We did 165,000.
Same token, the south side, all the green belt that is belong to district.
That is correct. That's
not a grid.
That's maintenance district 2. That is correct.
So why is the grid covered for that 20,000 tree? Where's all those trees?
It covers our parks. It covers all trees on the streets, neighborhoods, residents. That's what it covers.
And on the big leaf tree, you going up on all those king palm tree. That's our tree, or that is. They all look like a dead tree.
We were taking care of those, and I was going to address that as well. So as Nick stated, we're on a cycle for palm trees. Those palm trees.
That's all king palm trees.
Yeah, those palm trees were not on the inventory. So when that park was built, that you brought that to our attention, we put it on the list. It's on our inventory now, and it should be done shortly.
Speaking to this from the councilwoman Diaz, and she called me, and then I said, oh, you're right, because the tree looks so sad. We don't know it's dead or alive, but they're beautiful. Palm tree, beautiful, huge palm tree along on the street goes to Big League Dream.
It's on Giambi Way. It's on Giambi Way in Azusa. But just so you know, they were not on our inventory. But the second you contacted me, we added it to the inventory, and that will be on a regular maintenance now.
So the tree's still alive. It just need maintenance.
Correct.
Good. That's a beautiful tree. If we lost those trees, that's such a shame.
And just so you're aware, Councilman Wu, the trees on the right side next to Home Depot are their trees. They've already trimmed their trees. We've put the left side, where the AAA pad is, and we've put that on the inventory now, and that should be done shortly.
Our tree.
Half belongs to Home Depot on the south side. The north side, we didn't know whose they were, but we added them because we want the city to look good, and BLD is ours, and we need to maintain that. So we added it to the inventory. We put it on the list, and it usually takes, when we put stuff on a list, so it's not emerging, it takes 3 to 4 weeks to get it done. So it should be done anytime now.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilman Sabatbay.
One other question. So in terms of, these decisions to do certain trees annually, we're also considering geography in terms of the trees that as you enter the city, right? So one of the things as a city, you'd want that someone would know when they went from La Puente and entered West Covina, right? Or they came from Baldwin Park and they entered West Covina. And part of that is your landscaping, right? And your ability to beautify entrances. And so is that also part of the strategy that any trees on those border entryways, are they being, I guess, more intentionally focused on as part of our plan?
No, not at the current moment. You mean to trim them at the same time the other cities so it looks uniform? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, no, I would, my impression, and especially being in District 1.
You mean just to prioritize, I get what you're saying, just to prioritize what makes our city look beautiful just simply for that fact, independent of the grid cycle.
Right, so it's a way to differentiate. Right, as you know, as you leave certain cities and you enter others, you can tell that the moment you don't even have to see a sign, you just realize you are in a new city, and oftentimes it has to deal with that attention to those types of things as you enter. And so I was wondering if part of our thought process on trees and priorities, are we thinking at that level as well?
We have not. I understand your point, and we will work with West Coast Arbors to see what we can do on that. Obviously, we want our entry points we want to represent ourselves very well. When you come in, we want to look good. I completely understand. When it comes to right-of-ways and streets and major intersections and the entry points, those are areas that we usually have to pull off and actually call West Coast Arbors and say, hey, we need you to come out because we have trucks, transportation, buses, things coming in. So those are areas that naturally get trimmed more regardless of the grid cycle because we need to make sure that everything's safe. We're not hitting cars. We're not doing things of that nature because every time we do that, it costs us money, if that happens. So we haven't looked at it the way you described, which is something we will work with them on. But what I've seen is majority of the time, those major right-of-ways are addressed because of the traffic.
And I don't want to go to midnight. Okay, we broke your record. Okay, just first day you go to the midnight. Congratulations. Okay, so luckily I didn't go to the midnight for last year. But okay, I'm lucky for pandemic. Okay, so but you have a 2 days put jam packed together. But I don't want to sound like a broken record. Is this the district or this is our grid?
Those will be addressed, Councilman Wu.
Yeah, this tree on top. Okay, you see the pretty bad looking, okay, and the dead tree, okay, is on the falling tree, so it's belong to our grid, right?
Understood. Yes, I understand what you're saying, and to your point, we are going to do this on Azusa as well. In major, those are things that we've already discussed. I've worked with John, who's our supervisor. We've talked to Nick about it.
Azusa, the island,
the dead trees, the things laying over.
Horrible. Okay,
it's not intentional to leave those. It's resources, but with this money coming in, those will be addressed.
So this $300,000 will address all this issue.
No, I hope so. Well, not the.
What do you mean you hope so?
Well, because you brought me two different things. You said you want to know about putting grass or something down or seeding.
No, I'm talking about
trees. Yes.
Tree, yes.
Yes. The answer.
All those trees.
That's why I was.
That's a tree. Look over there. A lot of trees. You see a lot of kind of half dead tree. Okay, brown kind of sticking out all the places. It doesn't look good for the city because it's in front of our city hall.
City hall and the area you're talking about will be a priority once this is approved. We will be meeting this week to address it.
And I remember city manager, okay, when you, on board, the first thing you say, you want to make the city pop. Okay, people come in to see beautiful West Covina, and I still take your word forward. You need to make it happen. Thank you.
I had a last question, actually, in regards to the...
No, that's John. That's your field supervisor.
Contract. 1A and 1B, it stated that originally the contractor will perform complete prunes on approximately 5,000 city trees in the grid each year, and then over a 5-year period. But then the paragraph will be replaced with the following: contractor will perform complete prunes on approximately 3,500 city trees in each grid. So we just reduced the amount of trees.
Let me clarify that. I made a mistake. When we brought the staff report, we brought to you what was being done, but in our scope of work, it said 5,000 trees. So what we did was we bid on a 5-year cycle. When we started this process, when we sent the RFP out to all vendors, it was for a 5-year cycle, which is 5,000 trees. We didn't have the funding for that, so we budgeted $485,000, which is about 3,500 trees, which gets you to that 7.5-year trim cycle. And the contract was correct, but the scope of work was not correct. So what we did is when we had to do this amendment for the $300,000, we wanted to fix that clarification and make sure that the contract was correct. So that's us clarifying a mistake we made when we did the contract.
Thank you. But like I said, for me, I'd like to see a full presentation, and I want to know exactly what I'm getting into. Does anybody else? I would like to table this. Do I have a second to table?
I'll second.
So we'll go ahead and we'll table this so that we can get the full information, and you could present everything, including our residents, to see like the grids and explain the full details. And if there's anything we have additional questions, at least you have everything there. So we will table this. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Tabatabai.
Aye.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Okay.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. So we'll be seeing you again next time. Thank you. So we are going to take a quick 3 to 5 minute break. Staff needs to transition the system for the next one. So, okay.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay, so that ends our consent. We're going to go to department regular matters. City manager, who will make the report for item number 29.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the agenda item where we're going to consider the corrective action plan in response to the California State Auditor's findings. I'm going to give some brief background, and then Director Byrd is going to share with us some suggestions and observations. As the Council knows, in late 2019, the California State Auditor notified the city that they had identified certain factors through their recently published fiscal health analysis of the state cities that caused some concern that the city of West Covina may be a high-risk local government agency. They then went to the JLAC, the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, and got a recommendation to perform a full audit, which is now complete. The December 2020 state audit contains several issues that need to be addressed. They're found in your staff report as attachment number 2. The main focus of the corrective action plan is the preparation of a financial recovery plan, which will be submitted to the state in July of 21. The recovery plan will address the city's rising cost of providing services, and the actions must be taken to improve the city's financial condition. I'd like to go over the key elements of the recovery plan you're being asked to act on tonight. There's 9 of them. Ensure that the city's fees and assessments charged for services align with the costs. Review, evaluate, and monitor all city contracts. Set aside land sale revenues to replenish the city's general fund reserves. Proactively mitigate risk and exposure to litigation through the use of best risk management practices. Address the cost currently incurred providing fire and EMS services. Prepare financial analyses to evaluate short and long-term financial implications of spending decisions. Implement a formal process for development of reasonable budget projections. Limit costs related to employee retirement and healthcare benefits, and improve internal purchasing processes. Assuming you approve those tonight, this will be the plan that gets submitted to the state by their deadline in a couple of weeks. And I'm going to ask Director Byrd to pick it up from here.
Thank you, City Manager. It's really too bad that most of the public's gone, because I think this is probably the most important thing that was on the agenda tonight. I don't have a lot to add to what the City Manager said, except for within the next 2 meetings, I'll be coming to you with a mid-year budget. I'm going to identify the revenues that to date, I can tell you are down 1.9 million due to COVID-19. And in an environment where we have decreasing revenue and increasing expenditures, if we don't, without coming up with a new revenue source, we're going to need to look in the coming year to reducing services within the city. That's the bad news. The good news is during the last fiscal year, which ended June 30th of 1920, we have increased our fund balance by $12.3 million and from the previous year, and it was 9.9. So it's gone up 2.4 million in the last year, which is about 24%. The key elements of the state audit, they weight those items differently, and I had talked to the auditor about how they came up with when they moved us from 17 to 9, and one of the biggest factors is our diminishing fund balance. Over the past 5-6 years, it's continually gone down, and they weight that higher than they do the other items. So I think we're moving in the right direction to replenish our reserves and show the state that our financial system, our finances are improving. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Does council have any questions?
Not me.
A question? Okay, so
Not me.
Councilwoman Diaz, you had a question?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So then, can I have someone motion? It's a receive and file, correct? Approve. Okay. Can I have a motion to approve?
I move the motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Motion made by Councilman Wu, second by Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos. Councilmember Tabatabai?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, now on to the end of the year report, which we moved from presentation. Chief Bell? I know that was really quick.
Okay, I'll call you down in a second. Well, good evening, council, staff, and audience. I'm actually very excited to introduce the West Covina Police Department's first annual review. Now, this would be a little different than the review I gave a few months ago. They're totally different. You're really going to like this one once we present it to you. A little more than a year ago, I visited a couple of agencies, and I saw that they had what they called a review. Other agencies call it something different. We're calling ours the annual review. And when you opened it up, it gave a lot of statistical data that just made sense. Over the last year or so, we've been talking a lot about transparency, and I think this meets that need. Once you see it, you're going to be really excited about it. So I brought the idea back. I actually spoke with the mayor about a little more than a year ago, and we talked about numbers and being transparent, and she said, I think it's a great idea. So this project that you're about to see has taken a year. It's been a year in the process, and my goal was to have it ready by the second council meeting in January. Well, we were able to meet that goal, and so it's ready. I will briefly, the annual review was designed for the police department to become more transparent, obviously, to the community. And tonight we will briefly highlight some of the areas. I want you to know we're not going to go over page by page, but we're going to briefly highlight some of those areas. It contains a behind-the-scenes look at the police department. We will look at some positive things, along with some struggles that we've had in the past. There's a lot of data, some comparisons, things like that. And you will be introduced to every department in the police department when you look at this. More importantly, you will get a good glimpse of the hard work and dedication that our men and women, both sworn and non-sworn, actually do in the city of West Covina. So I'm really excited about it. After this presentation, you yourselves, along with the community, upon your approval, will have an opportunity to peruse the entire book for yourself and look at its contents. You'll actually have the whole year to ask me any questions you want. And I have to put this out because I know someone will ask, when you look at the pictures, when we get to some of those pictures were actually taken in 2019, not 2020. Because of COVID, we weren't able to gather the way that we're supposed to. So we took some of the events that we were doing in 2019, because those were the ones we did quite often, and we presented those instead. So don't get alarmed if you see groups of people without masks on. It's because it was from 2019. So my goal is to have an annual review every year going forward, and I think once you see it, you will really like it. I also want to make sure that if there is a organization out there that we somehow missed, if there's someone we didn't acknowledge, I want to say please charge it to my heart. It wasn't on purpose. We tried to put as much as we could with the budget we had, but I think you're really going to like what we came out with. So at this time, I would like to ask our lieutenant to come down. This is Lieutenant Tim Rogers. He has been very instrumental in putting this together, and he is going to walk you through our annual review. And I'll be back.
It is still good evening. It's not morning yet. It's getting close, though, council and city staff. I'm just going to walk us through this just real briefly. There will be a hard copy that each of you will get. It will be on our website. Under the About tab, it'll say the annual review, and you'll be able to click on that. And when you do so, it's going to open up like this. So we'll just go over a few pages, a couple highlights. So when you flip here, it talks about our strategic plan, and the chief talked about being transparent and letting the community know what their police department, what their goals are, where we want to go into the future, and things like that. And in our strategic plans, we talk about technology. Our technology, we're going to have a new CAD RMS system coming on board, I think in 2 weeks, the beginning of February, Mark 43. We have new camera upgrades, and we have new employee training software that keeps and stores all the training that the individual employees do. We talk about strengthening our community, different community events. Obviously, with COVID, it's been a little bit more difficult to do those things. But again, these are some things that we looked forward to in 2019 and 2020 that we were able to accomplish. Introduces our command staff. Service area policing is big in the police department, and so we want to make sure we address the community and they know who to contact. If they have an issue in their service area, you'll see on here our names, our email addresses, and the phone numbers that can reach us, and so they'll be able to contact us. When we touch on patrol, it's the backbone of any police agency. They handle the calls for service that come over the radio, that come through dispatch. And so we're able to give the city a glimpse of what they might do. And if you look there, my eyes are not as good as they used to be, but you'll see quite a large number of calls for service that we handle. Along with traffic and cadets in our community service, these are all numbers that the community will be able to see. Along with patrol, once officers handle calls or go to crime reports, they go to the detective bureau. And the detectives handle thousands of cases every year. This last year was somewhere around 4,000 cases that they investigated over the year. Again, they'll get a glimpse of what happens once it goes from the report onto the police department into the detective bureau. Dispatch, usually the first person somebody talks to is dispatch. And you can see here the number of calls that they handle is over 150,000 calls that they're answering, at least in 2020. Go back just one page. You have our crime analyst and our victims advocate. Crime analyst is Erica Taylor. She's a large part of working with the Detective Bureau and gathering the statistics and kind of crime trends and helping them solve crimes. And Erica Taylor, she's our victims advocate. That's a service that we provide our victims, that they're able to communicate and get services from them. And again, this will give them an idea of what services are offered by our victims advocate. Training is really important, especially in today's day and age. Everybody's concerned with the training the police department gets. We need to be professional. We need to maintain our training standards. The police department has always maintained a very high level of training and has done so since I've been here. And this is just a glimpse of how much training we've attended in 2019 and 2020. There's a lot more training involved, but it would probably take up multiple pages. But this is just a glimpse of the training that we attend on an annual basis. And then, like the chief spoke, we have a look ahead to 2021. We're going to do this every year. And this talks about our goals in our upcoming year, what the police department is looking forward to. And I believe we have a simulator on there, which again is more training. And we have other items that the community will see where their police department's going to go in the future. Community connection, again, some of these were from 2019, some of these 2020, but the way the review is designed, you look at 2019 and 2020 in a comparison. So you have the torch run, you have tip a cop, canine toy drive, chat with the chief, coffee with a cop, and sometimes the community doesn't always know we are out there doing those things to interact with the community. So it's important for them to get a glimpse of kind of what we do. Unfortunately, like the chief spoke, 2020 wasn't as friendly to us to be able to get out with the community, but we do the best we can. Some photos. And like always, we never want to forget our fallen officers. These 3 officers are the officers that gave their ultimate sacrifice for the community of West Covina. So we always want to remember them in everything we do. Frederick Ham, Jay Jackson, and Kenneth Reedy gave the ultimate sacrifice for the community of West Covina. So we always want to remember them, and they will always be back there in our memory. And then we have our links to our website and our social media. These are all hyperlinked. You'll be able to go to it. This link to this review will be on there. You'll be able to go and click and get on there. As well, on the back, you'll see the website, or the police department's website. When you go to that website, it'll click and it'll hyperlink to the website where you'll find this review. That brings us to my conclusion, but I want to thank you guys for giving us the time to share this with you. The one person I just want to thank really quick, it'll be really brief, is Alexis. She's a rock star, and this wouldn't be possible without her. So.
Tim, go ahead and stay up. Actually, I'd like to thank everyone in the police department that participated in this. Like I said, this has taken a year to accumulate this data, but I gave it to Tim and Alexa. Alexa, come on up here. Alexa Naples, she is our community relationships person. She has really taken on this role and made it her own. What I gave her was my vision. What she did was she brought it to life. And you guys are now in possession of the books that she brought to life. Each of you have 3 of them, but when you look at it, you can see how professional it's done. You can see that we have really dove into the data that you're going to have questions for, but you'll have the answers right before you. But I cannot thank Alexa enough for what she's done. I mean, she took it and made it her own, and I am just so excited about her. Come on up here. I want everybody to see you. Step right up here because everybody needs to see her. She's only been with us for 3 years, but when I tell you she took the bull by the horn, she did exactly that. We didn't have to give her much guidance. Obviously, Tim is her supervisor, but he just basically kept her in the lines. But she took off, and she really made this what it was today, so I want to thank you. There are others that I'd like to thank briefly. Brandon Carmen, another lieutenant, Erica Taylor, gathering some of the data. And I believe, believe it or not, there's a young lady by the name of Katrina Rodriguez who works for C3R Innovation Marketing. And the reason I bring her up is because we were punched at a deadline, and we needed this book yesterday. She met that deadline, and she got us the books yesterday, so I'm really excited about it. I wish we had more people to really make this what it is, but when people go back and look at this, as you look at the books, I think you'll be excited. Thank you. And I have a few more books. We didn't print a whole lot, but if the city so desires, we have the connection. We can get some more printed.
I am so happy. I'm so excited. I know this was one of my projects that I obviously hit Chief Bell with last year because especially during that time when we were getting hit with the defunding police, they didn't see what I saw. And I know our department, I'm very proud of our police department, and I know you guys do so much for the community, but the problem was nobody knew about it. And so when I brought this to the chief more than a year ago, and I was on him all the time, I did not expect this. I'm very impressed, and I just wanted to say you guys did a fabulous job. This is just amazing. It hits everything. It's more than what I expected. And I just wanted to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I greatly appreciate this, and you impressed me, and thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilman Wu.
Okay, and very impressive. Okay, I think this is a prototype. I think the city manager, I think you should be, maybe you should hire Alicia to work on this. City should have something like, yeah, this is just, okay, outstanding. It's very good. But I have a question, but did you have a link for recruitment, okay, for people to apply, okay, or something that standard, okay, for people, so people can click, okay, and submit their application? Because I think recruitment or internship, I think this is you want to create, okay, and develop our future talent.
Sure. Our website has a recruitment link. So if you were to go to our website, there's two different, if you go to our website, there's a tab that says About. You click on the About tab, and there'll be a sub-tab that says Annual Review. You click on that. Next to those tabs is a Recruitment tab. You click on the Recruitment tab, and all the recruiting is there. It takes you to the geosite where it has all the openings, not only for the police department, but for the city. And then there's recruiting pages that tells you about the police department, what the positions entail, salaries and stuff like that. That's all on our department website.
And the internship, okay, any qualification do you state it for people want to apply as an internship?
It goes through the hiring process and what it entails.
So
what those standards are.
For people, they want to apply and they want to get some kind of taste of government, especially police department, and they want to be kind of see they can fit in or be qualified for the future as working the police, not necessarily sworn, but non-sworn too, including your dispatcher. So that can be potential internship.
Sure. So when you go to the website, if you click the recruitment link and you go to the recruitment for our department, police officer, police recruit, dispatcher, it tells you what the qualifications are. There will be tabs within there that you can click on qualifications, minimum qualifications, benefits, all of those things.
My last question, I don't want to take too much time because it'll go to midnight already. So, okay, do you get the promotion to let our resident know we have this? I think you should promote.
So tomorrow we're going to be doing, I think it's already scheduled to be put out on our social media. The link will be out there so everybody can go on it. And she'll put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I think she's got our Instagram users up to over 12,000. It's going to be on our website. The link's already ready to go. Just hit send and away it goes.
How many editions we can send out to the people can pick it up, okay, and and keep this as their record? How many
I'm going to let the chief answer that one. I'll step back.
I think this is something important people want to keep.
It is very important, but again, under the budget review, you're right. We can have a discussion tomorrow about how many more we could or should order. But right now, I have a very limited supply. I want to make sure that you guys had it in case you had some individuals you want to get it to. But we can discuss that further.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilman Tapatzbai.
First of all, I do think this is an important step, and I am happy to see. It takes a lot of reflection to do an annual review, and the data is important. I understand moving forward. I think all of us here, what we want is that we create a community where everyone feels welcome, that everyone is respected and valued, police and residents, and all our interactions are positive. And I think, this is a big step and a great first step. And it is, it's going to open up some conversations, and some of those conversations I think will be uncomfortable, and we'll have some, I think some fruitful discussions here, hopefully in the public, and, again, I think, we're all on the same team, right? We're all West Covina. We all are wanting this place to be, the best place for everybody. And again, I think this is a big first step. And I do appreciate this on the social media, as opposed to maybe some other things, which will be a conversation for another day. But I do feel that we're moving in the right direction with this. I really appreciate, this, a lot of work, a lot of reflection went into this. The community is going to be appreciative, as we are. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Castellanos.
Thank you, Mayor. Great work, guys. This is beautiful. I think it's going to be important to continue this. Our residents, I'm sure, will appreciate it, having this online, and I think this will help us track how we're doing and be a good baseline for a lot of things in terms of improvement. So good job. Thank you all. Keep it up.
So I just want to say thank you again. You made my night. I'm glad that we saved the best for last. I know we still got to continue. Unfortunately, nobody's here, but hopefully they can review this, and then we can definitely bring this out again and show people that this is... I know. We thought it was going to be long. We thought we had more questions.
It's a live document, so it may create some discussion. It'll be healthy discussion. From anything, it takes us all. I just appreciate the opportunity. I don't know if you thought I was going to be able to pull this off or not. I want to tell you right now, it was not I.
She's really good. I know a lot of community events. She's there. She's taking photos. She meets and greets the residents out there. She always has a smile on her face and customer service at its finest. So thank you very much. And you have quality work, and I love to see, the integrity, the quality. It just shows you put in a lot of hard work in it. And, we greatly appreciate it, and we hope the residents can appreciate this too. So thank you again. Thank you so much.
I want to say quickly, really want to apologize because this is so impressive. We don't know this will be presentation like this. We think about it's very dry. It will sit over there with some very boring, slideshow and something we went through so many times. But this audience, our residents should really know something, effort and so much information. And really impressive for West Covina to. West Covina PD have this kind of production. This is really, really, really good. So really apologize that we didn't put you in the beginning. This should be all the area people to see. But we're not so late. I know you see we don't have an audience. But other than that, but you guys are doing a good job, I have to say.
So next year will be presentation status.
Do the same how you did and highlighted all this. So bravo, thank you. Okay, it's really good. Yeah. Thank you. We are going to do the mayor council members reports. Any AB 1234 conference and meeting report from council? No? Did you have any AB 1234 conference, Councilman? I think you did. You? No.
It's coming.
Oh, it's coming. Okay.
Yep, it's coming.
League of Cities. What's coming? When you return, no problem.
Yes, I am attending the League of Cities virtually from my living room for 4 days. So I will make sure to charge everything from my refrigerator to this. Yes. So, I'm going to make sure to buy those really nice apples I see at Sprouts. So.
Okay, on to City Council request. Item number 30, Councilwoman Diaz request. Go ahead and speak on its behalf. Councilwoman Diaz? Is she still online?
The call is still active. Councilwoman Diaz, this is item number 30, your request. Your request for consideration from staff to research and provide a list of active city contracts. The call is active.
Sure, go ahead.
Through the chair, if I may speak for Councilmember Diaz, she's very interested in engaging initially in this way. She's asked the Office of the City Clerk for a comprehensive list of all the contracts. With her investigative background, I'm sure she can be of great benefit to the city in this area. She's going to go over each of them quite carefully, but she wanted to put this on through the formal process of councilmember requests and seeks your approval.
Anybody have any questions or against it?
No objection.
Seeing none, it approves. So the city will provide the stuff. Item number 31 is Councilwoman Diaz's request as well. Do you want to speak on that behalf?
If I may, again, on her behalf, she and I talked at some length about her interest in having a formal review by the city traffic engineer of all the stop-controlled intersections in town, with the idea that maybe those could be upgraded to the new LED technology. We attached to this staff report at her request the report from the Federal Highway Administration. It is a device that's moved into the uniform manual, so it's always a risk management concern. We can't go doing things that are too esoteric or new. This is still a new device, but with your permission at her request, this will be reviewed through the formal process of the city traffic engineer and city traffic commission.
Council, any question?
I think it's a great idea.
So no objection? Okay, we'll go ahead. It passes to move forward. City council comments. Go ahead, Councilman Wu.
Okay, just I mentioned before in the beginning of the meeting, West Covina is 120,000 population and currently we still don't have a test center like from county and I know we might have a vaccinating case center, but we need to and request as maybe mayor and all the council united, we request county to provide. Just like a council member Tabai say, that council should request, that I'm deemed to request that we want, a county to provide equal treatment as a Pomona, same size, or Monty. And Monty have 3 test sites now. On the newspaper, they get another 2. West Covina, we have none from county. So we want equal treatment as a taxpayer. We want the same thing. So council, I request council together, we send a letter, a request, with the mayor and all our signature that we want to have some test center for our residents, to have a same treatment like people in El Monte or people in Pomona. And the same thing too, we request a vaccinating center for our residents, and the same thing like El Monte and Pomona, the same size of city, we want the same equal treatment. And that's my request. Thank you.
Is there any objection to that? We can go ahead and move forward with that. Any other council comments? None? So with, do I have...
And then I'm going to talk more till midnight. I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry. But thank you so much. I say congratulations, Mayor. You're doing an excellent job. Really appreciate. And thank you to stop me sometime out of the line. Really appreciate it. And I want to apologize for my colleague if I come out too strong. But other than that, I think it's a good meeting. Thank you so much for all the colleagues and the work together. Thank you so much.
Do I have a motion to adjourn before midnight?
I'll move to adjourn.
Do I have a second? Second, meeting officially adjourned. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.